1 2 1 2. Hello, hello. Here we got the sound. Chat, how we here? Yo 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 yo. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Guys, how are you doing? How is everyone today? I'm gonna start from the beginning. Hello Fezzy. Hey, you should take a look at Chris Titus' new videos, the actual state of Linux gaming. Really interesting. Okay, we'll take a look at it. Futura, what's up? Mirko, how are you doing? Groovy Train. Let's troll, I mean roll. Salut Vexy, I'm doing fine. What about you? All is wood. Hello, hello, Dassy. Logvon9. Lunky. Halfwind. Akam Resident, what's up? GR. Makifi is in the house. Xenai. Finbar, what's up? Okay. Everybody's here. Nice, guys. Yogzero, what's up? Yo, 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 yo. Reza, my channel, what's up? I just started to work today after winter holidays. I already miss free time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. You know, they say that work is health. Enjoy your health. Anyways. Today we have a lot of things to do, okay? Did you get an haircut? Yes. I'm cutting my hair myself. So you can see sometimes it's great, sometimes it's a little bit less great. Let's word it this way. Barthez, what's up, dude? Quick question. How on earth do you set up Yumu on Heroic Game Launcher and Lutris? I have it installed from Arch Official. I'm not sure where to go from there. It's pretty easy. Like instead of choosing Proton or Wine, you choose Umu. That's simple as that, dude. I see quite a few cuts, brother. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. We find it. No matter how your hair looks, you are still beautiful to me. Thank you, Arkham. What is happening to us, dude? Okay. Hello, Zelfir. So listen, guys. Let me tell you. Umu isn't showing up. He should be showing up, Barthez. He should be showing up, dude. You have an option, I know, in Heroic to activate it. It's in the settings somewhere. So guys, what are we doing today? Today, first, I want to talk about the challenge. Okay, I want to talk about the challenge we are in right now. And listen to me, guys. Listen to me. We are rolling. So actually, I'm in the desktop. I'm going to put this one. We are rolling, chat. I'm still running the Steam Deck. And I have to say, like, every day I'm a little bit impressed because I'm getting into it more and more, and I'm learning a lot about SteamOS. And I have to say they did a really good job, chat. So it's not perfect. I still have a lot of things to talk about, but it is pretty good, chat. We're gonna do this stream, obviously, on the Steam Deck. I don't think it's gonna be an issue at all. And we are going to talk about different subjects. We are talking about different subjects. One thing which is really important, like before we jump in, is like yesterday I was able to install DaVinci Resolve on the Steam Deck. Believe it or not, dude. Is the performance kind of comparable to a laptop? I wouldn't say it's a laptop performance. But did you edit your recent video on the deck? No, not yet. So it's gonna be my attempt. So after this video, I'm gonna take the content and try to edit it on the deck. I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna do it at least once and see how long it takes. Right? DaVinci Resolve, I installed it, but there is a lot of issue. Maybe I should make a special video about it. Overall, like it's gonna be a tough game for me to do the full edit on the Steam Deck with DaVinci Resolve plus the transcoding. Right? So did I get it right? Are you streaming from the Steam Deck? So I'm not streaming from the Steam Deck right now. I'm doing a pass-through, but I'm using the Steam Deck as my main machine. Like this is the Stream Deck what you are watching. I'm having a second PC because I'm doing multi-streaming, right? I'm not sure the Steam Deck is going to be able to handle all of this. But I'm planning to make also like a video maybe on, can you stream on the Steam Deck and what are the actual limits? I don't see why it wouldn't be a problem to stream on the Steam Deck, I'm sure. But still can try it. But I don't want to try it live with you guys because with the multi-stream it's going to be too hard for sure. So you're impressed that I'm impressed you're actually doing the challenge. So you are streaming it from the Steam Deck. No, I'm streaming the Stream Deck itself, okay? I believe I could stream it, no problem. Multi-stream, I'm not sure. I don't think I will be able to multi-stream, to be fair. Steam Deck is OP. It's actually not bad, and I think what makes it so good is the way the Valve team play with Arch. Like it's actually like there is so many things that I need to talk about, chat. But let me show you something real quick. So they have distro box, right? So you can install Box Buddy here, okay? And for example, I created a container with Fedora on it, which can launch DaVinci Resolve. just let that sink in, chat. It is, and it's basic, okay? Also, did you know that SteamOS also has Nix integrated in it? Like I didn't see one video on YouTube where someone is actually speaking about this feature, dude. And I know, Steam Deck is still a Steam Deck. This is not like, a 19950X 3G with a 5090 RTX. Like this is not like the end game in terms of hardware. But when you think about the software and what you can achieve with it, I think it's just insane. Like there is so many things, dude. Like it's crazy. Wolfgang talk about Nix being on SteamOS? I don't think so, brother. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, this dude is talking about it. June. No, installing Nix. No. No. There is maybe this guy will speak about it. So when are you getting a RTX 5090? Just one kidney? I think this guy is talking about it. I found out about it by looking at all the folder, and I was like, whoa, why is there an NixOS folder on my Steam Deck? Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so no, this guy doesn't talk about it either. No. Doesn't talk about it either, dude. Salut Tom Wickwire. Steam Deck is using Spark how NixOS work. No. Wait, I'm gonna show you, chat. I think I found the guy. Wait. GitHub, NixOS, packages, SteamOS. I'm going to talk about it, but long story short, I'm going to show you the structure of the file. Wait. I'm going to show it to you guys. Let me check. Just try to remember where it is. Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. Watch chat. So this is the root folder, okay? Look. Nix. It's here, dude. You have way to install. So there is like, I don't want to spoil the video I'm gonna make, but there is like 3 ways to install like packages on SteamOS. Actually 4. There is 4 ways. Okay, I'm just gonna make an update. Maybe we should do a full stream about it and really dig into it because I don't want to do that today. But long story short, you have Flatpak. You have the Arch subsystem with Pacman, Paru, all the stuff. You have DistroBox, and you have NixOS. On SteamOS, dude. Out of the box. Right? I didn't install Nix. I did nothing. It was there already. Nobody's talking about it. So what is Nix? Just Google it, bro. But it's an immutable like distro on NixOS. And he has his own language, and it's a declarative way to install packages on a distro. So yeah, they have Nix. You're right, Elsnarko. So you can install like packages through Nix. Which is just insane, right? So now, how do you make it work and whatever? I need to jump into it, obviously. But to date, I did Flatpak, Pacman, DistroBox, it worked flawlessly. But, again, there is a Nix package manager available there. Salut Nedim. Hello from Bosnia, Herzegovina. Love watching your video. You're amazing. Do you think it is better to learn Linux and sacrifice time to use, or stay with stupid Windows and micro stuttering? You do whatever you want, broski. Me, I made my choice. I'm on Linux. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Okay, so chat. Let's get into it because I think I'm getting lost here, like always. But this is just awesome, chat. Like, this is just awesome. I need to dig into Nick's chat, but there is something there for sure. Okay, I've been on Fedora for so long that I'm not always aware of other existing tech outside it. Yeah, it's fine, dude. Is SteamOS still on Plasma 5? Yes. As we speak, yes. So let me show you what we're going to be doing today. Today, I want to talk about the big, hot subject, right? So there is 4 videos I want to watch. And we're going to react to it together. So first is Linus Tech chips, SteamOS. I think that was a video, something like that. Yeah, this one. Also, this one is going to be the first one, chat. Okay. I think we're going to go uBlock, boys. Yes, sir. For the stream, it's going to be easier to edit. Thanks. Okay, so we have this one. We have Linus Tech chips 5090, I think. I think it was the first one to actually try. Yeah, the 5090. So we're going to have to watch this one. We have James Lee, I think it's his name. Linux, Adobe. I think this is what it was all about. Yeah, I broke up with Adobe, dude. There is so many videos we have to go through chat today. That's why I wanna go there, dude. So this one is actually, I think, really nice to watch. Then we have Chris Tech Chips State of Gaming. Another one, dude. Another one. So I think he did react to Linus, yeah. I wanted to do that. But I just didn't have time, chat. So we're gonna react to him. And also, I've seen the Valve interview SteamOS 3. Bro. Yeah. Okay, awesome, chat. So we have all of this. So in order, so this is going to be at the end. Okay, let's start with this one. I'm going to start with the basic one, right? Hello, Benny. Ban browser, what's up? Help an old geezer out of understanding with this SteamOS a bit, please. Will this replace my beloved CachyOS? No, it won't. Long story short, it won't. I'm gonna make a video about SteamOS, guys. Hello, Gar. This year is started strong. Yes, Mr. Nadra, I agree with you. All right, so we're going to start with that, guys. And I'm going to react to this video. I think it's going to be really interesting. That's going to be really, really interesting, chat. So we're gonna make some sound tests first.
I had finally snapped. My brain was on fire. I was having an aneurysm.
Is the sound loud enough?
Experience.
No, it's not loud enough, chat. Let me check. Sound is not loud enough at all. No problem, dude.
I had finally snapped.
Oh, yeah.
My brain was on fire. I was having an aneurysm, an out-of-body experience, watching myself,
Better?
shaking and desperate and screaming.
Maybe a little bit higher, chat? What do you think? We're gonna go 80, dude.
I had finally snapped. My brain was on fire. I was
Are we
having
good?
an aneurysm, an out-of-body experience, watching myself, shaking and desperate and screaming. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Adobe had just corrupted my file again. 2 days of my best work down the drain. And
Yeah.
so I poured every drop of my secret, simmering resentment into a work of
All fine?
art.
Okay, so, guys, there is something we need to do first. There is something we need to do first. I want you to be in the video, okay? In all the video, because those video, I'm gonna push it back to the channel. And I want you to say hi to the chat, okay? So the way I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a little intro, and you guys are gonna jump in and type. Ta, 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 ta. Okay? Like that, you're gonna be all in the video. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Hello der Zimtrauer. I don't see you typing, boys. I want the chat to be insane. Type whatever, like. I want you to be like, let's make a test. I want to see how it goes. Go for it. Typing. Tick, 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 tick. Hi, mom. Okay, everybody is there. Okay. All right, chat. So we got the sound. Make sure you are on the live button. Like the live button is red. Okay, when you watch the video on YouTube. Let's do this, chat. Can I do... Wait. Can I do it this way? Ah, this one's gonna be better. Okay. So what is the name of this gentleman before I say something? James Lee. Yeah, okay, James Lee. Remove this. Salut everyone! In this video, we're gonna react to the video made by James Lee, how I broke up with Adobe. And cherish on the cake, we are having the chat with us. Can we have some emote or something in the chat? Like, something can happen in the chat just to say you're there? Anyways, let's get into it. Okay, chat. Pop it up, dude.
I had finally snapped. My brain was on fire.
Chat is insane.
Aneurysm, an out-of-body experience, watching myself, shaking and desperate and screaming. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Adobe had just corrupted my file again.
Oh no. Oh no, dude. Okay, so this is the first time I see the video, like one of the video of this gentleman. Like, the animation seems insane. Okay? I like the sound effect he put on his voice. I hope it is sound effect, dude. But you can tell, like, it started with a good thing. Started with a good thing, dude. His file just got corrupted with Adobe. So I don't know if we have like some content creator in the chat, but this is the most disturbing, disgusting things that can happen to you after working like 2 or 3 hours on a project, and it just like crash. And when it crash, I remember, because it happens to me a lot of time before I switch to Linux, I will always trying to guess at which moment was the last save. Because you are like, oh, Like, if it was like 30 seconds before, you're fine, right? But if it was like 20, 1 hour, 2 hours before, you start to be liquefied inside. No, this is his voice. He was born this way. We tried to put him away, but no, he's fireproof. What? What? Mirko, did what did you do, Mirko? Max Air got corrupted. Something for you to edit out, Mirko. Bro, I'm editing on the Steam Deck. I know this exactly with Photoshop, man. I know there's Imtrover. We all have been there, huh, dude? Mirko, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. You just think you're about to be done, and you crash, can't recover, and it's your job. I know, man. Like, this is horrible, dude. This is horrible. So, this is what is living, this poor gentleman. And I have to say, like, maybe I'm biased, but it does not happen that much on Linux. I would say it almost never happens. Linux has other issues, that's for sure. But this does not happen, chat.
2 days of my best work down the drain.
2 days, dude.
And so I poured every drop of my secret, simmering resentment into a work of video art.
Oh no.
Breaking up with Adobe. It was viewed 6 million times.
Man, those videos are insane. Those videos are insane. So James Lee, if you watch this video and you don't want me to react to that, it's okay, dude. I'm gonna still put a link in the video in the video description below for you guys to go watch his channel because it's just awesome. Like I never watched this dude before. If you want to copyright me, James Lee, no problem, go for it, okay? I will understand.
Across the internet, it resonated. People were tired of their own codependent relationships.
Bro, this is insane.
With their once beloved software, and yet there I was, still crawling back like a schmuck, night after night, hoping this time would be different. But then one night I was
Wait. This is so good, dude. This is such a good image. Please, Adobe, don't do that to me. Bro. This is such a good representation of the situation. Like, you're just like crying. Like, you're at the point where, you know, you're about to give everything to get there. I really like that. That's such a good image. And Adobe is just ignoring you, right? You're like, you know, you try to do your best. You're on your knees. But Adobe is like, nah, man. I have something better to do. I like to crash.
Different. But then one night I watched a tutorial on DaVinci Resolve and something changed in me.
Oh, dude, this is awesome. Okay, this is awesome, chat. This is awesome.
I dared to dream. So I built up the courage, packed my bags, and said, listen up, toots. You and me, we're done.
Yeah, we're done. Man. This is, like, I really like it, chat. It just, in my opinion, it goes a little bit too fast. But, like, this is so good. And Adobe doesn't seem to be happy here. By the way, you canceled early and you owe me 200. And all your recent work will be mine. Bye. Uh-oh.
We're done. I'm making this next project without you. This was a terrible idea.
No, DaVinci Resolve is awesome.
Of experience with Adobe software, and now I was stuck rebuilding my VFX pipeline from scratch. Everything was annoying, and I kept getting stuck on the most basic stuff. I felt so lonely.
Man, he has to relearn everything. So, I want to make a parallel with Linux, right? Like, imagine you were leaving Microsoft and you were going to Linux. This is exactly the place you will be in. Because for executing simple tasks, you have some time to relearn, right? And I'm curious to see if it actually pays for him. Because you can see his pain here. He's like, man, I feel lonely, it's hard. But is it worth it? Right? And I think there is a good parallel to be made between Windows and Linux. Imagine like the Adobe girl in this video was Windows. Microsoft. Think about it, chat.
The key difference from using After Effects is that DaVinci Resolve uses a system known as no compositing. The video signal is loaded.
Man, this is such a pain, chat. This is such a pain. Let's see how we explain it. Wait, sorry guys. Let's see how we explain it. I just put the video in 4K to make sure we have the good, like, the good one here. This is a pain, chat. Like, I had to use that to make some of the animation you see on the stream. And let me tell you, and it's nothing compared to this. Huh? Like, I can tell like the guy is crazy about editing and like content creation. Like, but just doing simple tasks is really hard.
Compositing. The video signal is loaded from the initial node.
Yeah, look at this chat.
Other nodes which distort and filter the signal. You can split the signal into multiple streams, alter them, and then recombine them before it all flows into the final output composite. I really started to see the benefits of this new workflow. It feels less like you're just stacking these prefab effects, and more like you're building your own custom machines. Build them once, and then reuse them endlessly.
So you see here, there is also a good parallel with like Microsoft versus Linux. Because what I like about Linux is like you can build it once, and once you understand how it works, you can keep your file and your configuration and everything and just push it to any other distro. So there is this type of like, aspect of it where, yes, you lose time in the first place, but then when you set up everything, the flow itself is better. I remember going through this with Krita, going things I started learning game dev on open source software. Yeah, makes sense. Going from Windows 10 to 11, need to relearn the desktop from all the change and all the new bug. Yeah, true. You mean it's like GIMP for video? I don't think it's like GIMP for video. I don't know why we mentioned GIMP, but like GIMP, it doesn't have this level of complexity in it. It's still complex, but it's not as complex as this one. Like DaVinci is just insane, dude.
Remove any unneeded parameters, and you've essentially made your own friggin' plugin. And there's a whole community of people who make their own, and then they share them with each other. That is dope. And I haven't even spoken about the integration between the sound, color, and the edit.
Listen, DaVinci is the way to go. I think Adobe got at the lead like maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago. But now it's definitively DaVinci Resolve. You mean it's like GIMP for video? Layers, man. Oh yeah, the layers, but those are not layers. Those are more like each of the case you see there could be, how to explain? It could be everything. It could be a layer, but it could also be like a transformation. And a transformation, or this is exactly what he's saying, like a plugin, like it's just insane. Like it's really crazy, dude. So it's like if you compare to GIMP, I would say the script you have in GIMP and all the function, if you could incorporate them as a layer within the workflow of GIMP, and even there, like it wouldn't be as complex. Salut Mitch.
I got nothing to say about it except it's just good. I'm getting a bit emotional right now. I'm Another big component of my work is the sound design, and while Resolve's built-in DAW is probably capable for most people's video editing needs, I'll show you what I use to get just that little bit of extra pizzazz.
Okay. Vixie was saying like there is no like sound effect. Yeah, sure, dude. Reaper.
Created by the guy that did Winamp, it reminds me of a time when companies used to take pride in their software. It's homely. And I know
Man, I
it
never
doesn't
used
look
Reaper.
much at first, but when you get a little more acquainted, oh baby, it's extremely customizable. All of these context-aware cursor tools can be
Oh my
changed,
gosh.
the layout restructured, reskinned, endless scripts the community have written lets you change the finest detail exactly as you
What is this, dude?
I have it set up.
Guys, are you using Reaper? I want to see you in chat, like. Leo Dagan, hello. It's nodal graph like Nuke, shading in 3D software on Unreal Unity. Yes. Hello, like feature. What's up, man? You make more video about Linux OS? No, not right now. Zelfir, you used it a little bit for music production. Is it good? But this thing look cool. Yeah, I agree with you, Luminous. This thing look like crazy.
So that when I rename a track, it automatically recolors and applies the correct settings. But get a load of this shit. This dude made a tool that lets you record video direct to the timeline. Then you can edit
What?
it in Reaper. It's like how you record takes to a song, and then you can export non-destructively into Resolve. How could you
What?
not fall in love with that? So for the last few months, I've also been...
Bro! I can't add more complexity to my workflow already, chat. Like, I'm already dying about my simple little stuff. This look insane, chat. This look insane.
using Affinity Photo, Toon Boom Harmony, Unreal Engine, FL Studio, Clip Studio Paint, and I love each and every one of them. But I'll
Nice.
tell you a secret. I had ulterior motives for breaking up with Adobe.
You know where we are going, chat? Do you know where we are going?
For years now, I've been infatuated with Linux.
Yes! Yes! Bro, he's joining the crew. What are those? Like, Chapter 4 Linux. GNU operating system. Release note. Release date 17 September 1991. Linus. Distro Mint. No. Cracker none. OS type operating system. Overall rating 75%. Look, it didn't put a lot for the fun. Gameplay, what? Detail, maximum. Music, half. Sound. Okay, let's get into it, dude. He's one of us. Once you move to Linux, you can go back. Insane maybe, but extremely professional. This is how software integration is supposed to work. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Ending my reliance on Adobe finally gave me the confidence to start experimenting with a new operating system, and I was determined to learn about the terminal, Flatpaks,
Yes.
and of course, Fisk. Something that I didn't quite grasp about Linux early on, but I've come to really love and appreciate about it, is that it's built
Okay, so pas vu control. I guess he went with Mint, right?
Missing features in the sound panel. Well, it's designed for you to install.
Yes! Yes! Finally, someone who is talking about it with a lot amount of sub. Oh my gosh, dude! Do you remember how many times I watch and I show you that, guys? Like, do you remember? Like, I would say at least once a month, I will come and talk about how Pipewire is just insane when it comes to like content creation. So now this gentleman, how many subs does he have? Like, he need almost 1 million, bro. Almost 1 million. This video, how many views? Almost like 550,000, chat. People are discovering the greatness of Linux. Like this for me is the software, in my opinion, that can make the huge difference for content creator. Like this, like people, they don't realize it, but like this is next step. Like you don't have any other alternative like that on every other platform, I believe.
Whatever sound panel you want, and people have made heaps of them. It's basic for a reason, and that's to give you a solid, lightweight base for you to build on top of. A popular distro is Linux Mint.
Okay, well, yeah, I went
first
with Mint.
used it, I thought, I like the taskbar, I like the way the panels snap, I
Yes.
like the way it feels like Windows. But even all that stuff, it's just a pre-installed graphical user interface called Cinnamon, which is
Dude, I can't believe he's getting into that. Like, this is good, chat. This is actually awesome. Like, I'm so happy, like, right now. This is really good. I hope a lot of people are actually watching this video. Because not only, I think he's explaining it very well, but he has, you know, he's putting the nice envelope around it. I think this is awesome, chat.
installed on top of Mint.
Yeah, you see, exactly.
Change it to
Like, this is so good.
base called Cinnamon, which is installed on top of Mint.
Like, this is actually really good, dude. Because here you understand the different layer, which means if your brain actually works, you could change the distro but keep the same desktop environment and the kernel. Right? So by showing it this way and explaining it this way, I think he's doing a great job. Right? So it's showing like the simplicity of it and how complex it can become, which is literally what Linux is all about. So I really like his perspective there.
Mint. You can change it to something else.
Exactly.
You can make it feel like Mac OS, or have no user interface.
Uh-oh.
Or some interface that looks like something that you've never even seen before. And it
Yes.
feels so snappy. Why is it
It's so snappy, chat. It's so snappy. Yes, yes, yes. You noticed it, dude.
Why is it so slow on Windows?
Ah! Bro! What are they doing, chat? What are they doing? Why not everybody is watching this video? Can confirm it's snappy. Salut, Leonardo. What's up? My brain does not work. I know that for sure. It's great that you are sharing his journey with even more people. This is amazing. Dude, this is awesome. Like, this is awesome. Like, I think this is awesome. Look at him, like he's using Windows right now. Look at his face.
Load a folder full of WAV files. And why does file search still suck? I used it on my friend's Mac OS, and it was instant. That was 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, he's so right, dude. Bro. How many views this video? Almost 600,000. 550,000.
I love that Linux isn't giving me recommendations or
Yes.
pop-ups or trying to steal my shit. It just leaves me alone. And don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of headaches. Getting everything up and running is not exactly a wank in the park. But you know, a few years ago, you couldn't even run games on Linux. Now most of them run fine.
Look! Dude, we have Mutar playing Dragon's Dogma on this video. So, I also like the fact he's not, you know, telling you a story about how good it is and, you know, like, you know, how perfect it is. You know what I mean? I think he's pretty like on point with the fact that it's not a walk in the park. But at the end of the day, there is progression and it's getting there.
It's just such a good time to jump on board, and things are getting more compatible as time goes on. Thanks, Gabe. The thing I like most about Linux is that despite the headaches trying to get everything to run, there's a real sense of passion and optimism in the community.
Yes! Dude, this is us. This is a community, chat. This is us. Did you hear what he just said? So this is Gabe, obviously, because...
But the thing I like most about Linux is that despite the headaches trying to get everything to run, there's a real sense of passion and optimism.
There is a real sense of passion and optimism, dude. There is a real sense of passion and optimism, dude.
In the community, it feels like technology made by humans.
It feels like technology made by humans. Like, I think this is a great wording, chat.
For humans brings a freaking tear to my eye.
A technology made by human for human. It brings a effing tears into my eyes. I think this is really worded, chat. It's really nice to have someone else's perspective about Linux, because sometimes, you know, as a Linux user, you feel like you are alone against the world, kind of. And watching someone else, you know, getting into it kind of like make you feel good too about your choice. Like, you are like, dude, it's hard, right? But like, I'm not the only one. You know what I mean? It might sound like really bad about what I'm saying, but like, this is really good, chat.
Reminds me of when I was just first getting into computers and all the things you could learn. Made me realize how much I've missed that sense of passion and optimism about tinkering around with technology. Yeah,
that's true too. So the aspect of like tinkering around, discovering, learning, and for sure on Linux you're gonna get it. Like, if you think you know everything about Linux, you know nothing. Hey, salut Joe Sforza, what's up? What's up, my dude? This is good, chat. This video is awesome. Let me tell you. So I understand some of you in chat are like, oh, but this is creepy, I'm scared or whatever because of all the special effects. But I think it's bringing a great universe, a great like signature to his content. And man, for me, it's awesome. Like, this is art. For me, this is literally art. It's not information, right? Okay, let me rephrase that. It's not only information. This is art. Yeah.
I'd really recommend just installing Linux Mint to a USB stick, running it off that if you want to try it out. Don't worry, homie. You won't break anything.
Don't worry, homie. You are not going to break anything. And I agree with the distro he chose too. Like, Mint is the best still for learning Linux. You know, to jump in the world of Linux, Linux Mint is still my recommendation. Even if there is better distro right now out there for gaming, like pure gaming, I think Linux Mint to jump in is the best.
So everybody's been dunking on Adobe and Microsoft lately. I think that both companies have become a symbol of just the general hatred that we all have towards big tech. But clearly for them, they don't give a shit how much...
Yeah, Okay. So now he's switching now he's switching side. Now we are talking about the other side. Microsoft and Adobe. And I agree, like the overall raw sentiment is like everybody is tired of them, chat. It's like the subscription system, the fact that it's not stable, as I mentioned earlier, like the technical issue, and the overall like intrusion, right? I'm not even talking about privacy, I'm talking about like intrusion at every level of your, operating system, which kind of make your digital life a real headache. And people think maybe I'm exaggerating that, but the truth is like when you go back to Windows and you arrive on this screen with like all the pop-up, all the trash, all the advertising and stuff, you don't feel like home anymore. And you're right, like there is way of like debloating Windows, but you shouldn't have to do that in the first place. So we are in this like weird momentum right now where you have like those big companies who are just like pushing stuff which are like more like, I would say, annoying and getting on your overall like experience. Everybody is aware of it. And on the other side, you have Linux, which has never been as good as it is right now. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but we know we are going, guys. We know where we are going, guys. I love that means it's getting recommended for beginner. I've got in front to jump into it and it's really, yes. Agree with you, Joe. I saw random streamer who says they switched to Linux. Turn out it's out there, stream PC, and they got Byzite on their deck or something. Didn't actually switch, but still was cool to chat about it. Yep. Yeah, like people are going to switch, dude. Like people are going to switch. Like right now, I think it's kind of like the best time.
Much we hate them. It's about whether you decide to leave.
Yeah, exactly. So it's exactly what I said. It's like it's time to switch, right? And it's more like a decision related to the own user to say, okay, I'm out or I stay there.
A lot of people would like to make a switch, but it can be pretty hard. I get it. It costs time, energy, lost revenue, and they don't make it easy for you to just pack up and bag.
Yeah, man, this design also is so well made, right? Because you think you can switch to Linux because of Linux, but the truth is not that. The problem is that those companies, they literally do everything for you not to switch. Because if they had an alternative on Linux, you wouldn't even have to, ask yourself the question. But there is definitively like a point where they want you to stay there. They just want you to stay there. Because if you don't stay there, they're going to lose, right? They're going to lose control and everything. So this, I think this image is really, really like representative of where we are at.
It's simply much more convenient to stay with them.
Yeah.
But I've got a little public service announcement about the true cost of staying in your convenient big tech relationship. The technologies we use become an extension of us, interwoven into our workflows, industry, infrastructure, and meshed with the fabric of our culture and society. It's how we spend our time.
Dude! Okay, exactly what I was saying. This is an extension of us, okay? I was wording it differently because I was mentioning like our digital space. Like, this is us now, right? You are living the real life, obviously, but you are living through your phone. You are living through your computer too. Like, think about the interaction we are having right now, right? And the way he's wording it now is literally where we are at. So if this extension is more a problem than it's more like a heavyweight rather than a tool you can use to do whatever you want in your digital world, now we have a problem, right? And this is literally what is mentioning there.
An interface with reality.
Yeah.
There's a brazen, perverse business culture permeating big tech. It's not to deliver a quality product or solution, but to soothe, trap, and coerce you, to make you reliant, addicted, and dependent. Then they lobby, change the political landscape to their favor, to capitalize on the problem.
Whoa. Oh, bro, he's going so far, dude. He's going so far. Okay. So now he's jumping to the other level, saying like those big tech, they are literally influencing the political landscape to continue to apply their dominancy on us. Guys, what do you think about that? I think he's right, chat. I think he's right. I think about Apple. Think about how they manage, like, you know, the USB connector, the charger, all these stories that have been like totally destroyed in Europe with the, you know, Europe system when they were like, no, you have to do that now. Think about Windows, who also got broke by the European system when they were like, hey, no, you can't install those software, you can't force this Explorer on your operating system. Like, user has the right to choose. I think he's right. I actually think he's right, chat. Like by just thinking like 1 minute with you guys, I found like 3 or 4 examples which are true. It is insane, chat. It is insane, dude. I like his perspective.
Problems that they've fermented. The world is spiraling at the whims of a perpetual motion profit machine. A sick competition of power-hungry addicts out to brainwash you, drain your blood, then smash your molecule.
Okay. After it's his style, right? After it's his style. I think he's going a little bit too far, but I agree with him. Apple lobbying against the right to repair. That's right, Luminous. That's a good example too, dude.
Into shareholder profit. Brace yourselves. Truth bombing. It's up to you now to stand up and do something about it. Take action now.
Yes.
Value your privacy. Find ethical alternatives built by people who are not out to fuck you over. Because taking back control of our tools is one defense against the system they're assembling.
Dude, this is so good.
Big tech are descending on you, cementing their monopolies and locking that shit in.
This is so good. Bro, this is so good. This guy is awesome, chat.
We have this window to act while we can, because the stakes aren't just about a banal feature or a subscription payment. It's about preserving a relationship with technology that's made for us.
Okay, this is good, dude. This is awesome. A technology which is made for us. So guys, I'm going to put a link in the description below. That was us reacting to James Lee, and I'm pretty sure now he's using Linux. So, you know, if such good content can be created on Linux, guys, you have no excuse. You have no excuse not to switch anymore. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one. Bisous, bisous. Okay, so this was the end, chat. I think this is awesome, dude. Like this is literally awesome. His spot value is over like 9,000. It's over like 90,000. This is for me like really, really good, chat. Really, really good. Major artist drop a video. It's a love letter to DaVinci and Linux. Let's go. started as I left my abusive waifu and went to Viva la Revolution. Nice. One of us, chat. Oh, okay, that was a good one. So now let's watch our buddy from Canada.
There's so many rumors.
No. How do we do that? How do I get the thumbnail again? Yes.
There's so many
Okay,
rumors.
so it just autoplay no matter what. Yes. Okay, we got it, chat. We got it. Wait, are you on the Steam Deck? Yes, I am. I'm on the Steam Deck, dude. This is my challenge, brother. You remember? We say challenge. Here we are. Steam Deck, papa. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing, chat. Now we're gonna react to this baby. I think in this one I'm gonna have way more to speak about because, yeah, Linus is always a good source of. Always a good source, chat. Always a good source of having fun, dude. If we can convince James Lee, we already have made it. Mirko, thank you very much for another donation. Back on Windows until Battle Mage is working on Linux. You remember? I think you asked me. I think it was 2 weeks ago, bro. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Mirko, you asked me like, what is your take about the B580 on Intel? And I think I will still say it. It should work. It should work. You know, you should have an image, you should be able to play game, but there is an issue for gaming in terms of performance. You're gonna be under what the driver are actually able to develop on Windows, right? And Mirko, it's not related. I don't think it's related to. It could be related to Mesa, but the issue, because I talk about it with TKG, right? Sometimes I've chat with TKG, and TKG mentioned to me that Intel on Linux has an issue related to the way their driver works. And so far, it has not been solved. And the way he was speaking about it, it looked like it was almost more complex than the NVIDIA situation. Just to give you an idea. And I think I told you that, right? Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, because you were mentioning, yeah, I'm going to get it. And I was telling you, like, bro, like, it's going to be a tough bet. Like, it should be working, but in terms of performance, you might be a little bit behind. So I know we have, like, I've seen, like, a video and content about Intel B580 on Linux, and it was kind of okay-ish, but it won't be the level of, you know, what is actually happening on Windows. I guess I will just switch back to AMD while I wait. Yeah, maybe, Mirko. To use my Arc A380, the one I'm using in my CacheOS streaming PC right now, I had to wait 1 year, dude. For 1 year, the card was like on my carpet in my room. I was pretty upset, to be fair. Well, now it's working perfectly, as you can see on stream, but at the price to pay, dude. Unfortunately. But again, thank you very much for the dono, bro. double, like triple coffee on you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, man.
Ooh la la.
So
la
let's go,
crème de la
chat.
Crème Club. A news croissant, the best club on internet.
Mirko, what the?
Ooh la la.
Bro,
La crème de la crème
you didn't
club.
have to do
A
that.
news croissant,
You
the
didn't
best
have
club
to
on
do that,
internet.
dude. Thank you very much.
Ooh la la. La crème de la crème club.
I'm losing my
A
English.
news croissant, the best
Thank
club
you
on
very much for
internet.
the 5 gift sheets, Mirko. Much
Ooh
appreciated.
la la. La crème
Don't
de
go
la
too
crème
crazy,
club.
okay, dude?
A news
Like this
croissant,
is
the
insane.
best club on
Like it's
internet.
at this point, Mirko is literally insane. Thank you very
Ooh
much
la
for your
la.
support.
La crème de la crème club.
Much appreciated.
A news croissant, the best club on internet.
Guys, if you got a membership from Mirko, please thank him. And also, welcome to La Crème de la Crème Club. Papa, let's go! Hey, thank you very much, dude. Thanks for the support. I want to reiterate, guys, that without you, we wouldn't be making all this stuff. So I'm really thankful when, you support me financially, because we are not at a level of view where, just this channel itself can support whatever endeavor we are in, right? So I want to be, clear with everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So guys, let's see what Linus has for us in the bank. I think it's going to be awesome. This video, guys, I think it's going to be awesome. So let's get into it. I'm going to do exactly like we have done for the previous one. It's going to be released on my channel. Guys, don't hesitate to ask questions while I'm doing the react of the video. I think it's really cool. I'm gonna make a presentation. Don't forget to spam everything like that. You're gonna be in the video. I think it's pretty nice too. And yes. Are you ready, chat? Okay, let's go. Salut everyone! In this video, we're gonna be reacting to Linus from Linus Tech chip playing and discovering SteamOS early 2025. So I'm really curious about what he has to say about his perspective about Linux gaming and see if it's aligned with our experience. Are you ready? Let's get into it. Okay. I think that was a cool shot. Chat. Joining the stream from my phone. Thank you for the membership. I'm still working. However, I can stay. I will return in 15 minutes, providing the stream is still going. Oh yeah, we'll be here. We'll be there, Joseph. Don't be worried. All right, chat. Let's get into it.
There's so many rumors swirling around Valve lately. A new Steam controller in mass production, Steam
Yes.
Link on Raspberry Pi 5, new branding guidelines suggesting power.
Wait. Oh, like, Brody is starting so strong. Linus, why are you speaking so fast, dude? Like, I'm 10 seconds in and he threw like 20 information right off the bat. So let me go back. The Valve rumor. So he has a Steam Deck there. It's an OLED, I can tell, because of the box here. And he has the officially, like, so this gamepad is not made by Valve, okay? It's made by another company, which is actually approved by Valve, okay? Like, don't get confused. This is not the actual, like, Valve controller there. So let's get back and try to see if we can get a little bit slower for my little brain.
A new Steam controller.
So the Steam controller, yes. Mass production going in the factory right now. Okay.
Controller in mass production, Steam
Why
Link
not?
on Raspberry Pi 5.
So Steam Link on a Raspberry Pi 5 now works as a smaller, faster. Okay. So this will make sense, right? And it will be aligned with the video we made with one of the maintainers of Arch Linux, in which he was discussing the fact that ARM is becoming more and more prevalent from, you know, a Valve standpoint. So this could be a thing too. Okay.
5, new branding guidelines suggesting powered by SteamOS consoles.
So those guidelines are also aligned with one of the videos I made about SteamOS and how the operating system is getting to more devices in general, right? So, okay, I agree with this point. This is totally fair.
Is that for handhelds like this one from Lenovo? Or is it for the return of Steam Machine game consoles?
Okay, so those two validations are also right. It could be for handheld, and we'll see later, like it is definitively for handheld and every type of material, obviously, which is going to be like validated by Valve, and also a potential like gaming console. Like this will be awesome, chat. But all of those are just rumor. But those rumors, I believe they have like the bone structure to become reality. Like there is a high chance
Either
that
way, it really looks like Valve is ramping up to make a serious challenge to Microsoft's desktop dominance. And
finally, dude. Finally, they are pushing it, dude.
I sure hope they do. Some of you probably remember that Valve's SteamOS started as a response to the threat of Microsoft creating a walled garden with Windows 8. A threat that not only hasn't gone away, but might be even greater than ever with the consolidation of the Xbox and Windows stores.
Yeah, makes
There's
sense.
only one small problem. As good as SteamOS is, delivering a console-like gaming experience for thousands of PC games.
Oh, okay, I know where it's going right away. Okay, so I think it's gonna go with the anti-cheat first. What do you think, chat? Anti-cheat?
Even ones that were only ever intended to run on Windows, Valve still hasn't made a version that's designed for me to put on my custom PC.
Oh no, okay. Okay, I see the direction. So he would like to have an installer to install SteamOS on his own custom PC.
Or have they?
There is an installer, but the installer is limited to certain type of hardware. And the installer is not really an installer. It's more like a restoration image. Let's see where he's going there.
As it turns out, Valve has been working away in the background, preparing SteamOS for its promised official wide release. So I think now is as good a time as any to see what the experience is like if you download SteamOS and throw it on your PC.
Okay, bro. This is how you throw SteamOS in your PC? Come on, boys. So, man, it's actually funny. It's actually funny because we did start the SteamOS challenge on the Steam Deck, right? I'm actually like streaming right now from the Steam Deck with SteamOS. Like this is a real SteamOS on a real Valve validated hardware. So I think it's gonna be really interesting to see the perspective of Linus on the SteamOS itself. Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good, dude. That's gonna be good. We are perfectly aligned with this video, chat. We can be more aligned with whatever is going to say there, dude.
It's also a good time to learn about our sponsor,
Oh no.
Amazon Luna. Whether you're on the go or on the couch, you're covered by the Amazon Luna
I'm gonna have to
gaming
cut
service.
that, no?
Use our link in the description
In the edit?
to start streaming games
Do
directly to
we
your
really
phone,
want to have
TV,
that in the edit,
and
chat?
more.
Okay, let's go.
Before you type that comment, yes, I know I don't need to wait for SteamOS to be a Linux gamer. But in spite
Okay, I don't. I think he's a little bit upset about the Linux user commenting his video, dude. I don't have to wait to be. Sorry, I don't have to wait to have SteamOS to be a Linux gamer. No. Guys, is that true? Is this true, dude? Do we have to wait for SteamOS, chat?
Of what your friendly neighborhood neckbeard may claim, most Linux distros
Your friendly neighborhood neckbeard? Oh, this is the description of the Linux user.
still involve a lot of manual faffing about to get things working. And if Linux gaming is tricky for me, your little cousin Joey Mainstream is going to be screwed. That is why we need SteamOS.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Okay, so guys, before I jump into that, I want to say that I really respect Linus as a human being and also as a content creator worker. Okay, like I want to say that straight. Because I don't want it to feel like it's an attack towards him. But it's not that hard anymore, chat. Like it's not that hard to install Linux on a machine. So I don't know who Joey Mainstream is. My little cousin Joey Mainstream. I like this guy is what, like 6 years old? Like like who is Joey Mainstream? Like what is this image of, you know, you are able to install it or not? Like honestly, I do believe that it's way easier than what it was like 2-3 years or even like 5 years ago or even 6 months ago, dude. Like the way we went through installing Linux on any type of machine, on any type of hardware, is like totally different. Like it's so easy. So without getting into like installing Arch by hand, you can install Bazzite, Nobara, CachyOS, even Mint, and it will be like totally okay to game on it. So I don't really agree with this statement.
Mainstream is going to be screwed. That is why we need SteamOS.
And I don't agree with that too. I think the work of Valve and SteamOS I think the world of Valve through Proton and the results they have with their SteamOS on the Steam Deck also benefited all the other distros around. And without naming a specific one, I don't believe, honestly, and I already said it in previous video like 1 month ago, that we actually need SteamOS as, you know, a real Windows alternative. What we need with SteamOS, in my opinion, we need SteamOS to be released to have all the press, all the visibility for Linux to become a little bit more mainstream rather than neckbeard, as he said, like neckbeard type of guys. So, I think this is where we have I'm not aligned with that. I think if we had like more public relation type of like announcement, it will change everything. The problem is like we don't have it, and I think Valve has the power to do it. That's what I believe. But SteamOS right now is not like the magic, you know, horse who's gonna unlock everything. It doesn't work this way. We're already there. So let's see what he has to say about it.
Projects like Holo ISO, Chimera, Bazzite, and the other one that you're furiously typing in the comments right now.
Come on, bro. man, Linus. I think, dude, I like the guy so much. I like his perspective. But why are we talking about the Bibian? Bro, this is not Linux anymore, dude. Like, this is not Linux anymore. Come on. Stop the troll, broski. Be
In
real.
the comments right now are glimpses at a beautiful penguin-powered future that could be, but the fact of the matter is that barring some kind of earth-shaking change, when regular people make the great penguin migration, it's going to be on a steam-powered train.
Okay, so that I agree. Okay, this I agree. So listen, I think he did that to, activate comments in the YouTube algorithm, and he did it very well. So this is a nice way of activating the community. But I agree with that. I agree with the fact that Linux gaming is not going anywhere until SteamOS is released, but not because SteamOS is a distro that's going to save us all. No, it's because it's going to be a public announcement which make everybody aware, all the non-Linux user, all the non-Linux aware that there is an alternative and you can actually switch to something different than Windows and game. You see, my error earlier, like 3 years ago when I really get into Linux gaming, was to think that people will be, I would say, aware enough that using a Steam Deck will make them understand that Linux is a good alternative. But it was not enough. It was not enough. I'm gonna say it again. I have friends which are programmer. They play on the Steam Deck. They still don't know it's Linux. They don't understand. They're like, oh, it's SteamOS. That's cool. It's Steam. But they don't understand that everything is Linux related and how good it is. It's just crazy, dude. Got it distro for the Bieber. Salut Sensei, what's up? Yeah, it's basically a brand validation. People need a brand behind Linux. Yes, this is exactly what it is.
Let's see what the setup process is like.
Okay.
Now, I'm no Joey. I at least know what a computer is. But I want to play my games. And my favorite games include Anno 1800 and Tape to Tape, not Grub Boot Entry Simulator. I want it to
okay, man. Again. Man, did you see what I like with him? He's always punching where it hurts, right? It's it's not a grub simulator. Come on, dude. My man. This was a low blow.
Truly easy. As we're filming this, there are two ways for a non-developer to get SteamOS 3. Option 1, buy a Steam Deck.
Yes.
Easy. But you're stuck with the Steam Deck.
Yeah, and you're stuck, but it's working. I'm here on it. Would I switch my 4090 against my Steam Deck? No. But it works. And you can have the vanilla experience of SteamOS, right? Which is in my opinion, awesome. And I'm going to share that with you guys soon, okay? But yeah, that's a way to do it.
Option 2, download the Steam Deck recovery image, flash that to a USB key, and install it on compatible hardware. Valve is committed to making a proper installer before the full release, but that's the way you do it now.
Okay, so here he threw in information here. Here he threw in information. I don't know if it's backed up by something else, but listen to that, chat.
And install it on compatible hardware. Valve is committed to making a proper installer before the full release.
Valve is committed to release a proper installer before the full release. Bro. That's a big thing. I don't know if he has actually contact to Valve and if this little paragraph here is backed up by Valve, but it will mean a lot, right? Because what an installer means, it means that we will move on from an image installer which is dedicated to specific hardware to an installer which will literally install to any type of hardware. There is a big difference between the two offers. And right now, we don't have an installer. So what is a proper installer? It's like Calamares. Martin Vindis. Yeah, Max, just remember you wanted to send me your 4090. Yeah, you wish, bro. I'm not. Listen, I'm gonna keep it until until I burn it to the ground. So you think, so Fazy, you think it's not going to happen? I don't think it's gonna happen now. I don't think, so let me rephrase. I don't think the proper installer is going to happen now. But I believe it's gonna happen to the future. In the future, it's gonna happen. Like, there is no doubt about it. But it's gonna be, 1 or 2 years from now. It's gonna take time. I can develop on that. I think it's gonna take time because you have to think that 80% of the gamers are actually using NVIDIA, and NVIDIA right now is still in like full dev when you think about their approach to Linux. Even it has been like increasing exponentially for the last like year. They are still not there. And so I believe like Valve is gonna have a lot of work to put them into the mix. And they're gonna have also to put Intel into the mix, and Intel is also like really far away from that. And because it's gonna be a PR move, they can't deliver an operating system that doesn't bring at least the equivalent of performance compared to Windows. And right now, with NVIDIA and Intel, you are not on par with Windows when it comes to performance. And I think this is the real issue with the release of SteamOS. We'll get into that after. And just to prove my point, guys, because right now you might be like, hey, Air Max, why are you saying that? What do you know about it? I'm going to show you something, chat. So if I go on SteamOS, because I'm SteamOS right now, and I do a research of the package of NVIDIA within the repo of Valve. Okay, this is the Valve repo for the Steam Deck and the SteamOS. Look what we're gonna find, chat. Look what we're gonna find, dude. Surprise! Within the repo, this is the official repo of Valve. You have the NVIDIA driver. They are here. You have CUDA tools. Okay? You want the beta one? I'm pretty sure they are there. Watch. So they are in the AUR. Okay, they are in the AUR. They are not in the official. But the official, you have them, dude. They are here. So it's in their plan. I believe it's going to take a lot of time to get there because they need the driver itself to be polished enough to have, a good release.
But that's the way you do it now. Less easy. And it doesn't help that at the time of filming, Googling install SteamOS actually leads you to the build your own Steam machine page for the old Debian-based SteamOS.
Yeah, but again, like, I think Valve is right on that. They don't have to support the operating system for, anybody out there, whether you're a pro of Linux or whether you are Joe Mishmish. I don't know this week. Like everybody, they don't have to do it because it will be a really crazy PR to push an operating system which is not ready yet. So 5:45. Hello, Dan Azelo. So Dan, it's 5:45 because I'm on the normal version of SteamOS right now. I'm pretty sure if I jump to beta or like the one which is more advanced, I'm gonna have a newer kernel, newer driver, newer Mesa stack, newer everything. Like it's just like SteamOS as it is right now on my Steam Deck. Okay, but the point is not like it's an old version. The point is like it's there. So if it was not there, it would mean they wouldn't care about it. They don't have to push NVIDIA at all, dude. Is that NVIDIA stuff only there because they are releasing it on other handheld too? No. There is no handheld, as I'm aware of, that run NVIDIA right now. So I think deep down they are preparing for the support of NVIDIA and Intel. But again, it's going to take time. Like, we are not there yet.
Two from like a decade ago. That's kind of rough for Joey. Though, to Valve's credit, at least it links to the page.
So they don't have to do that.
Image, so I think we can figure it out. We used Rufus.
Listen, dude, like, I understand it's just informative there, but nobody can, right now, in a clear mind, say that Valve is not doing the good move. In my opinion, they're having the best approach there. Because you have to think it this way. Do you want to release the first, like, mainstream Linux OS for gaming half broken, or do you want to wait? Like, the answer is clear. You wait. Because the PR damage is going to be so awful, it's going to break everything. And we are so much near the end game. Like, we are almost there. Like, if you have to wait 1 year or 2 years, it's fine.
To a USB drive, booted the live image, picked this option.
Okay, so this is what I was saying earlier.
Steam Deck. Then we basked in this glorious wall of fast-scrolling text, and that's it. We installed SteamOS on our hardware for a total cost of $0.
Okay, so here, two things. Everybody can do that. It's a little bit complicated. I wouldn't. Okay, let me rephrase. It's accessible to everyone. I wouldn't recommend to anyone to do that. I think right now, to install on a PC, there is better alternative for gaming. However, I really appreciate the fact that Linus is actually like saying that you can do it and it's free, right? Because you have to say it, even if it's not a good recommendation in my opinion. They don't want to destroy the brand now. They have the momentum. Yeah, I agree.
Take that, Microsoft, and thanks, Gaben.
Okay, so you see, like, this is a fair point. That it's free, you can install it. It's rough to install, but you can do it. What I'm gonna do though in the future, after doing all my tests on the Steam Deck, I'm gonna install it on my machine to prove a point. To run SteamOS on my machine. And we're gonna see together, I'm gonna make a full stream about it. If you can actually install SteamOS on your machine, and how. That's gonna be a topic on this channel, so don't forget to subscribe. Salut David.
Does it work? Well, the thing is, we won't know until we reboot, because
it's gonna work.
We've seen so far can be done even on unsupported hardware. What do you mean, unsupported, Linus? Linux supports, like, everything, doesn't it? Well, yes, but also no. Linux is an umbrella term that we use to describe many distinct computing experiences, and it's up to the maintainer of the Linux distribution to decide what it does and doesn't do out of the box. And as you'd imagine, the Steam Deck recovery image is developed for, well, the Steam Deck first and foremost, which results in some key hardware requirements, the big two being a discrete AMD GPU and an NVMe boot drive to install to.
So, yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, this distro could work on any type of hardware, actually. But it would be way harder to install. So this is what we're going to try to accomplish. When you say it has to be an AMD discrete GPU, it's also not true, because it could be on a AMD APU, like it is on the Steam Deck. It just depends on the Mesa stack. So the first part was right. The second one was not right. But like, okay, I don't want to be this guy. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say here is that the SteamOS is made for the Valve Steam Deck and not for anything else. So you can have the expectation it's going to work. Like, what he's really trying to do right now is like tweaking, right? It has this point where it's like, I'm copying file on my hard drive and praying it's gonna work. Like, long story short.
Also, this is fun, during the setup process, there is not any kind of prompt for which drive or which partition you'd like to install to. It just assumes that you want to totally overwrite the drive of your Steam Deck, so consider yourself warned.
Yeah, so again, like he's doing some tweaks there, right? So this part I don't like because it might sound like you still need to tweak to install a distro. So, you know, it's not the case. Like if you install like something like Buzzite or Nobara or CachyOS, you wouldn't have any issue regarding like which drive you want to install it. It just decided that it's going to use SteamOS, which is, again, a distro made for the Valve Steam Deck, and put it on something else. So obviously it's going to have to, you know, work a little bit.
While I'm throwing out warnings, there's also limited firmware included. Support for Marvell network cards, for example, is mostly missing, and there are some special requirements around sleep modes. The TLDR, though, is basically use the hardware that you can find that is most similar to a Steam Deck if you want to try this for yourself right now.
Yes, okay. So if you want to try it, he's right. Now, can you work on it? Yes, you could. You know? You really want to have, I'm going to say something like crazy right now. You want to have the Steam Deck experience out of the box. Okay, we'll make a video about it. Okay, I want to tease that. We'll make a video about it.
For our test system then, we went with an AMD Ryzen 5 5600G on an Asus Prime B550MA motherboard with 16 gigs of DDR4 memory from G.Skill. That's a big Steam Deck. Now, we did notice some mentions of NVIDIA in recent SteamOS patch notes, so we did try installing with an RTX 3060 GPU.
So, okay, I announced it didn't work. Okay, I announced it didn't work, chat. I announced it didn't work because GameScope required the NVIDIA driver installed, and I guess they were not installed. So it didn't launch. So you had a black screen or something like that.
But while we were able to boot the USB drive and we were able to clone the image to the NVMe drive, we were not able to continue with the setup process and instead got this garbled screen.
Yep. Well, it's because the drivers are not installed yet. Like, what do you expect?
Our mission today does not include troubleshooting drivers or the Linux boot process. I don't care if you think it's easy, Joey doesn't.
Okay, so I don't think it's easy, but this is the point. I think he's missing the point here. The distro is not meant to be run on NVIDIA. So why would you try to run it on an NVIDIA card, dude? Obviously, it's not going to work. I got a log file from my SteamOS VM, Turing plus GPU work, but kernel mode setting wasn't turned on. I never tried it myself, but I'm guessing that the way the SteamOS is delivered right now, why would they activate certain like NVIDIA module where it's not like what is the point of doing that? Right? It worked for you. Well, maybe you do some turnaround or something, but at the end of the day, it's not meant to be working. That's the whole point. You know what I mean?
So we listened to Valve and switched back to a Radeon RX 7600, where we had a much better...
So maybe you should just try. Why would I try that? So let's talk about SteamOS, dude. Why would you force SteamOS on your machine right now outside of like tweaking? Like what would be the outcome? Like sincerely, guys, what would be the outcome? So it is Linux, and the answer is because you can. Okay, so this I understand, just to try and play around, I get it. But you have to think like, distro like CachyOS or Bazzite, they already offer the SteamOS experience with an installer and with the total fully support of NVIDIA. So what you know, it's like, hey, I just got a Ferrari, and why would I try to make it work in the sand? Where you already have, I don't know, a 4x4, which actually works and run properly in the sand. Like, because you know, if you take the Ferrari and you bring it to the sand track, and you notice like it doesn't work properly, like it's a mess, it's not made for that. Like we already knew it from the get-go. Outside of the fact you want to make content, which I get. You would install it to test it, and you would have a lot of problem with it. But is it a fun experiment? Oh, I agree with that. But if you do an experiment, okay, so this is my point, guys. Maybe we are losing the page there. But like, if you make an experiment, you have to be fair with the experiment, right? Hello, Sharika. Happy New Year, bro. So also yesterday, Bazzite released the beta for NVIDIA that fully supports Steam Gaming with GameScope. So we are all talking about Bazzite, but CachyOS did it maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. Like I've been using game mode for like 4 months if I wanted on my PC. Like it's GameScope, sorry. A GameScope for so long. I don't know why. You know, I think this is really funny, chat. I think Bazzite has been really pushed on the scene. And now people, they start to look at the changelog of Bazzite, right? But there is other distro. I'm mentioning CachyOS because that's the one I've been using and I'm really big fan of. Like, he has been ready for months, chat. Like, for months. There is nothing new here, dude. And I don't want to be that guy, you know, which is like, hey, you know, I know more about you. Like, this is not my point. My point, I think, is that how to explain it? Is that he has been there for a long time. Like nothing new here, dude. Indeed, but it's just because Bazzite is the closest to SteamOS the way it works. It is and it is not, right? Like it's an immutable, but it's based on Fedora. Okay. I would say CachyOS is not an immutable, but it's based on Arch, like SteamOS, right? So to me, the more like appropriate like alignment will be CachyOS, right? And when you come to the gaming feature is just when you arrive on your login manager, for example, SDDM, right? Instead of opening a session in KDE or GNOME, you just open a GameScope session with SteamOS big picture running on it. That's all you do, dude. That's all you do, chat. So the only issue with NVIDIA was the support of GameScope within NVIDIA. But this has been done, like 3 months ago, chat. Masterpix, you are now a proud member of La Crème de la Crème Club. Thank you very much for supporting the channel on Twitch. Much, much appreciated. Let's go, papa! Like I said, the video, it's almost even fair. In comparison to past Linux video, this is a solid improvement, almost good. You can expect people to know as much about Linux and how it works as you do. You are the 0.01% Air Max. Okay, this I agree with you, dude. Okay, so this I agree with you. And I'm not expecting that. What I'm expecting, like, okay, Linus is the number one tech tuber out there. Like, he's the number one, dude. He is the number one. Whatever he's going to say in each of these videos about Linux is going to literally decide, like, I wouldn't say the future, but it's going to have such a huge impact, chat. Okay, like, that's what I believe. That's why I'm a little bit critical there. Okay? He's approaching it from a layman point of view. You are definitively missing the point of the video. Man, like, what he's doing is really technical, chat. Right? When he's saying that the only way to get the game, like, SteamOS experience is to do what he's actually doing, in my opinion, is making the thing way more complicated than it actually is. And this is what I kind of disagree with the video so far, right? Like, installing image file like he has done, right, through the image installer from a random, like, image ISO of SteamOS he got from internet and putting on a PC is way harder than installing Buzzite. That's my point. It would be nice for his team to teach him some Linux basic. I think he has great members in his team who know a lot about Linux, dude. Like, I don't think it's an issue related to his team or himself. It's more like the angle they decide to do it, which is, I'm not aligned with him. That's all. Like, I'm not saying, again, I say it at the early in the video, I have nothing against him. I would love, like, making content with him, have discussion with him, or anything like that. It's more that sometimes it can push, Linux in the wrong direction. I'm not expecting him to give a little pat in the back and say everything is perfect, but it's far from perfect. But here, I just think it's a little bit unfair. That's all. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying.
Time getting through the actually refreshingly simple setup.
Nice.
Pick a language, pick a time zone, pick a network, and let it do its thing. Now, I don't know why I get a battery low warning on a desktop, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a pretty small issue, and a few minutes later, we can sign in, either with our username and password, or via the Steam mobile app.
Bro, okay, let me rephrase that. What I think it's actually awesome in this video is that he's doing a tweak out of this world. I think I want you to realize that, chat. Downloading the ISO or the image, putting it on the NVMe, and expecting it to work, it's a big stretch, chat. It's a huge one. But look at it. It still works. He still arrive at a point where he can log in. There is some, hiccup left and right. But it's working, chat. Like, dude, to me, it's amazing. So this is a good part of the video. The bad part so far is related to the fact that he's not mentioning that you could do it in an easier way with more hardware support using something else. That's all. That's all I have to say about that.
After a quick scroll and click, we're off to the races in game mode.
Nice.
Now, you've probably all seen the Steam Deck interface at this point. Cosmetically, it's basically desktop big picture, but Valve tries to squeeze out a little bit of extra horsepower by running it on the lighter weight GameScope microcompositor instead of in the full desktop environment.
Okay, so this is what I was saying earlier, right? We are talking about compositor here. And the way it works, I'm going to repeat it again. Instead of choosing through logging manager in Linux, if you go on KDE or GNOME or whatever desktop environment, here you will be just pushed without any login toward the session through GameScope running Steam Big Picture. This is what it's all about. He is acting like he doesn't know what a recovery image actually is. Yeah, I agree. Like, try to install a recovery image from one of your random laptop to your desktop and tell me how it runs, dude. Like, that's a good point, Hollywood. Like, tell me how Windows is going to recover from that. Like, just tell me. Like, this is what he's actually doing with a Linux recovery image from a handheld, dude. And you have to think it's still working. It's still working. So there is some negative, but I think like he made a point without trying to make it. And I think this is what we should like remember from this specific moment in the video. Hollywood, that's a really good point you made.
That we'll look at in just a moment. The UI is okay with a keyboard and mouse, but it's really designed to be navigated with a controller from the moment you boot to the moment you finish your last one more round and then head to bed. Let's give it a shot.
I agree with that.
Oh, you got one of my favorite games on here. Let's go. No way.
So
Is this
wait.
the new Hori Steam controller?
Wait.
The moment you boot to the moment
What is
you
his
finish your
favorite
last
game, chat?
one more round and then head to bed. Let's give
What is this game? Tape?
it a shot. Oh, you got
Tape to tape? Do you guys know this game?
one of my favorite games on here. Let's go. No way. Is this the new Hori Steam controller?
Yep.
Definitely a controller. Ooh. These not even analog triggers? Oh, what a terrible shot.
Right to him.
I know, it sucked. Boom.
Okay,
Take
so
that.
me, I think what is important there is like if he's gaming and he forgets it's on Linux, it's win. That's the way I see it. If you play this game or any device and you forget about the operating system, this is when you win.
Boom, take that.
So let's see
Oh,
his
no.
reaction.
I think the most remarkable thing about this gaming experience is that there's absolutely nothing remarkable about it. This
Yeah,
is
exactly.
what it's like to play this game on Windows.
Here we
Complete
go.
chaos.
Okay,
Okay, we got 10 seconds.
okay, it's win. I'm out. We won, chat. We won. We won. It's a victory, boys. You can say whatever you want. This is a victory. This is the end game for Linux. If you play games and you can't feel the difference, it's done.
One last rush. Here we go. Oh,
Barely even gets a shot away.
you know what? You call it barely. I call it a shot. Where's your shot? That's what I thought. Oh, this is
Okay,
really
bro.
cheap. Can I switch over to a different one?
I can find something, yeah.
It's probably the controller, Jordan. It's got to be it's a controller issue. Is the dongle in there?
Come on, man. Come on. What kind of surprised me is like he's not using the wireless feature out of it. Because wireless, as we tested, work very well on Linux. You have nothing to do, right?
You could probably use.
I mean, that's an option, I guess. Oh, it's an Xbox controller. I mean, sure, yeah, that should work. Okay, here we go. Theoretically, this should just flawlessly work, because,
Okay, so it works.
SteamOS, let's go.
No problem.
There we go. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep.
Oh, what's happening, chat? Uh-oh. So one question for the Twitch viewer right now. Do you have a good experience? Because we had some issue with Twitch last time. I want to make sure like you guys are enjoying it.
There we go. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep.
All good. Here we go.
The heck? 757. What's happening, dude?
There's so many rumors. So, we
Today is fine. Hey, thank you, El Snarko. That's good.
all good. Here we go. Just shoot! Thank you, finally! It's such a seamless experience. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. Like, I know SteamOS has been out for years now at this point. But the fact that this just works so flawlessly
Okay, we have a problem,
for
chat.
years now at this point. Such a
Don't know what's happening. Uh-oh. Do we reach the limit of SteamOS, chat? See, I can't load anything. I think it's Firefox which is destroying us, dude.
There's so okay. There.
You have a cable right in front of you.
I wanted to put it on full screen for the show. But you see, it's not full screen.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yep.
All good.
The heck, chat? Yeah, I think it's YouTube, huh, dude? I don't have access to anything. Like, YouTube is breaking right now, dude. Come on, man! You see? Okay, here we go. So, we were there.
All good. Here we go. Just shoot! Shoot! Thank you, finally! It's such a seamless experience. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. Like, I know SteamOS has been out for years now at this point. But the fact that this just works so flawlessly, so effortlessly is mind-blowing to me. Okay, breakout pass.
Okay, so finally we got some positive, chat. Finally we got some positive, dude. Get a user agent when YouTube does this. It will magically fix itself when you disguise yourself as Chrome.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Yeah, I might have to do that.
Come on! Someone put the puck in the net! This is awful. Well, SteamOS won't make you a better gamer, that's for sure. All right, let's play something else. Installed, what do we got? Hey, how about some Vampire Survivors? Play some casual games.
Come on, play something violent. Like.
Oh, balls. Oh, balls, I'm taking damage.
Okay, so he's having fun, right?
What am I, the Joker?
Long story short, he's having fun with the game.
Here we go. Got that King Bible.
Another win,
oh,
chat.
Let's go. Here's my King Bible. Boom, boom, boom. Take that, zombies. You got nothing. Oh, my goodness. What in the Sam heck is going on here? Get out of here, you lousy bats. Yeah, I forgot how hard it is when you don't have all the upgrades and stuff and all the better characters and everything. It's freaking hard. I need upgrades. I can't get my jewels. I need them. Man, I gotta set this up in my living room. Like, I have a Windows install that has Steam on it and is configured to launch Steam in big picture mode every time I turn it on, but I never bother with it because it's Windows and it's just like stupid and tedious and Windows Update and just like, it's not a console-like experience, and that's ultimately what you want in the living room. You don't want to get up and go find your stupid mouse and keyboard, and like you can use a mouse and keyboard.
Wait. What was written there?
Your stupid.
Okay, so the point towards the fact that Windows is not adapted as a console, whether it's handled or not, I totally agree with it. Okay, like, there is no point. If you compare the experience of this Steam Deck or, you know, SteamOS in general versus what you could have on Windows, this is day and night. I do agree with that. I ran into this the other day where the FF6 Pixel, so Final Fantasy 6 Pixel Remaster doesn't have a support for text entry via controller. So every so often, you are prompted to get up and use the keyboard to confirm a character name. I figured out a shortcut to bring up on a screen keyboard, but it wasn't seamless like on a SteamOS. Yes! Agreed with that. So, I think the magic, and we're going to talk about it when I do the review of SteamOS. The magic of SteamOS itself is all around the software that gets rid of the issue you could encounter if you were just using a normal computer operating system like Windows. You can zoom within the frame. You can, like he mentioned there, like you can access to your on-screen keyboard. You can do so many things that are not ready on Windows. And I think there they made an incredible job, chat. Incredible job. We got a super chat from Xero Linux. Watching a Linus do Linux is like watching an old man trying to build his own PC. Your Tintin mesh is on the wrong side. Okay, bro. Thank you very much for the coffee, dude. Much appreciated, Xero. Thanks for the support. I'll do something about the mesh or whatever. I think I missed my haircut.
mouse and keyboard, and like you can use a mouse and keyboard. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but you don't have to. You can just be ready to go. That's the SteamOS experience, and I'm loving this.
I agree with
What
that.
about all the just like special like Steam
Like
keys?
on top of like the comparison between Windows, you have to think that first, you won't break, right? Because it's immutable. Second, which is important, right? Like it's super important compared to Windows. And second is like the driver update, the driver management, everything related to hardware is gonna go seamlessly. So right now there is a lack of support for the SteamOS 3.0 as it is, because obviously it's not made to be installed on a PC, right? Like I'm gonna repeat it again, but I have to say it. But when the hardware is supported, it's like you forget you are using an operating system. And this is awesome. This is literally the console experience for your PC and your PC library. Like super important. Not only for your PC hardware, but everything you ever done on your PC library, which is huge. Because doing that on a console is not possible, right? This is the door that SteamOS opened 3 years ago.
Stuff like hardware monitor and stuff like that. Like, can we do any of that? What button's
So
that?
the buttons on that controller, actually.
The buttons on
The
that.
3 dot. Oh, sorry, wrong controller.
Oh.
Hit Xbox A.
No. I'm going back to the Steam controller. Okay, so I got my 3 dots here.
Yes.
All there.
Okay, that's
Okay, this is the best strat.
cool.
If you don't have a Steam controller,
Yeah.
Xbox button and A. We'll bring that up.
Okay. It's Xbox button and A.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Hey, cool. Well,
Think
let's
how cool
disable
it
the
is.
frame limit. What do we have any of that for? Performance overlay level.
So just for you to understand, this, even if we made a stream about it, and some of you have certainly watched it, right? You are playing with the option of GameScope with a GUI which is integrated as a top layer on top of your session, right? Whether you are gaming, whether you are like in the menu, you have access to that. And all those game profiles, so all of those profiles, they can be set globally or within the game, each game. And this, my friend, is insane. And what is really interesting is to also watch the way it works on the background. So for example, this performance overlay is just MangoHUD with a specific configuration. I don't know if it's going to play with it, but you're going to recognize
so
it.
it's just that like 60 FPS counter that we've
Yeah,
got.
the normal counter thing you would get in Steam Deck.
And, we can enable HDR. I wonder if it's going to work, though. We can try it in Doom Eternal. Let's try it in Doom
Like,
Eternal.
this is sick,
Why
dude.
does it not look that HDR-y?
That sucks because it didn't show it as it's supposed to be showed. Like if he has been like doing that within the game, he would have shown the true potential of it.
Oh, because the game's not in HDR. Okay, all right. Well, that'll help. Cool. Let's go with Ultra and no ray tracing.
That's probably a better bet.
Valve has done some work on getting HDR to work in Linux with the Steam Deck OLED.
It
What
works.
I don't know is how well it's going to work on a TV. This TV
It should work.
also not the brightest HDR TV, so maybe not our best case scenario for testing. In fact, honestly, it looks not great. I do wonder how much of it is the TV, though.
Okay,
But
so it's fair.
everything thinks it's HDR. Maybe this is one area where there's a little bit of room for improvement here.
Like,
Hey,
dude,
the game's running great, though.
okay, we tried HDR on the Steam Deck OLED. OLED, sorry. It's just we try HDR on the Steam Deck OLED, and it's just insane. Okay, Steam Deck OLED, HDR, screen, wonderful. I think it's just the screen there. There is no way.
Though, getting 163 FPS, and HDR is something where the Xbox and the PlayStation are going to give you a just works experience. Then again, like I said before, I don't know how much of the problem is just the fact that this TV is
Yeah, it's just the
not very
TV,
good.
dude.
Ugh,
That's fine.
I'm not
At least
good
he's
at
saying
gaming
it,
with a
right?
Controller, really.
You could always keyboard and mouse it. Again.
Oh, right. What am I even doing right now?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, let's go.
Here we go.
All of a sudden, you got good.
Right? It's almost like there is a superior control scheme.
Man, what a troll, dude. He like to troll a lot.
No.
Like Linus, you can tell.
The
It's
bottom
all
line
about
is
those
that for
little
living room
spikes he
gaming,
sends from time to
most of
time.
what I would update is here. The 8BitDo controller we tried worked out of the box with its dongle, or failing that, any modern wired or Bluetooth controller should pick up without too much trouble.
It works, that.
And I didn't have any issues with networking or sound, though your mileage may vary there a little bit, like I mentioned before. I would say that one glaring problem is that games launch at the Steam Deck's native 1280 by 800 resolution, but this can be fixed by manually setting the system resolution in the settings.
Yeah, this is nothing to do with
should
it.
pick that up. Between Proton and native Linux versions of games, there's a huge library now. Like, man, compared to the last time we did a gaming on Linux video, there's an
Night and day.
enormous library of games that just work now. And while there have been some regressions, notably for online competitive titles where the developers don't want to maintain their anti-cheat on Linux, game compatibility has mostly been growing steadily. I think with the right hardware, I'm pretty much ready to say that building a SteamOS game console for your living room is pretty awesome.
Okay. Okay, dude, did we win? Yes! You said it, dude.
Your living room is pretty awesome. However, I can totally see why Valve has held off on saying the same. Most gamers demand more than just my Steam game works, and there are some essential tools that can't simply be added from inside game mode, like Discord, and alternate game stores like GOG and Battle.net.
Okay, I'm just listening. I'm just listening, chat.
And, hey, this is a PC, right? What if I need to get some actual work done? How is desktop mode coming along?
Okay, oof. I was like, whoa. I was like, if you stay on that, dude. Okay. So, you can have every application running through the game mode, console mode, okay? Just to be clear, it's gonna work. You're gonna have to work on them, to prepare them a little bit, because it's outside of the scope of like Steam, big picture, obviously, but it works. So I hope it's gonna show some of that.
I guess now's a great time to continue using the mouse and keyboard that I've got right here. Power and...
This is awesome, chat. Like, this is actually awesome.
That was
Ta-da!
quick. It looks like pretty much any other Linux desktop. Although it isn't quite. SteamOS 3 is what's known as an immutable operating system. If you already know what that means and you have strong feelings about it, SteamOS is probably not meant for you. If you don't know what that means...
Dude. Okay, man. He's really spiky, Linus, dude. He's spiky, man.
The oversimplified TLDR is, it means you can't screw it up too badly because it locks down critical system components and it will reset itself when you reboot. That doesn't because it locks down critical system components and it will reset itself when you reboot.
No. No, it does not reset itself when you reboot, Broski. I think he got the wrong. Oh, there is a comment. Okay. Okay, chat. Okay. It happened. I think he got the wrong script there. So it doesn't reset itself when you reboot. It does reset. So it doesn't even reset. It reinstall the layer for the operating system with a new image when a new update is made to the operating system. So let's say you are on SteamOS 3.3 and you go to SteamOS 3.3 to 3.4. All your games, all your settings, they're going to stay the same. But the OS itself, image, is going to be upgraded. That's all. Everything you touch within this operating system, if you went there and tweaked some stuff, is going to be erased. That's all. Not every reboot. They just made a mistake, dude. They just made a mistake. happens.
That doesn't mean you can't install software. It just means that you're effectively limited to what's available in their Flatpak-based Discover Software Center. These Flatpaks might not be as efficient as if you installed via a package manager, but what it shows is that Valve learned very well from their community's love of, hey, how do I fix X in Counter-Strike? Press F10. Trolling.
Okay, man. Is he already going to talk about the trolling when you come to like pressing F10 and leaving the game in Counter-Strike? When he actually destroyed the Pop OS installed during his challenge. Bro. We all made this mistake, okay? But like sometimes you don't need someone to troll you to break something. So to Valve defense, I do agree with the fact that an immutable is the way to go for everyone actually. I really like immutable distro. I think they are not where I want it to be. But with SteamOS, and we're going to talk about it in my review of SteamOS, I think they are at a point which is like way better than all the ever immutable like distro I tried earlier. And we'll talk about it actually.
That has taken place
Later, in another video.
over the years. They've made SteamOS pretty hard to bung up too badly, because think about it. Realistically, poor Joey would almost certainly fall for the old RMRF asterisk trick at least once. Now, to be
Man,
clear,
this Joey stuff, like I don't get it, chat.
there are ways outside of their all applications list here to install software. We even found this script on GitHub that allows us to install dozens of non-Steam stores. But for the Joeys out there, here's a standard disclaimer about running scripts that you find on the internet all willy-nilly. I'd recommend that you stick to the Software Center.
So, I don't know this script, chat. I can talk about
Scripts
it.
that you find on the internet all
I don't install script like that, at least. Never heard about it. Chat, is someone like heard about this script?
found this script on GitHub.
Non-Steam launcher on Steam Deck. Install the latest UMU, GUproton, and non-Steam launcher under OneProton prefix folder and add them to your Steam library. Battle.net, Epic, Games, Ubisoft. Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. Like me, like I will just install, what's the name? Heroic and you're good to go. Like, yeah, you don't need all of this. Heroic is enough. And it stay clean, but I don't know. I never tried it, so I can't really judge it. This script is no good. Okay, well. Joey is getting a raw deal. He's probably not as dumb as Linus is pretending he is. I agree.
That allows us to install dozens of non-Steam stores. But for the Joeys out there, here's a standard disclaimer about running scripts that you find on the internet all willy-nilly. I'd recommend that you stick to the Software Center. The question is,
I agree
if
with
you do
that too.
can you get any real work done here? Let's see.
Well,
Our
you can.
browsers, internet, there. Okay, web browsers. Wolf, Vivaldi, Brave, just the Chromium web browser. Man, there's a ton of options here. This is great. And if you consider how much of it you do in a web browser these days, there's a good chance that we can get a lot of what we need to do done. What about Discord, though? We mentioned Discord earlier. Discord, hey, there it is.
Yay!
4 stars.
You have
Boom.
Vesktop too. Not bad.
Shameless plug for the LTT Commuter backpack. We've got a lot
Vesktop,
more
chat.
information available on it now.
Think
but
about it.
In a nutshell, great backpack, $150.
Heroic doesn't work with Ubisoft. Yes, it works with Ubisoft. Heroic works with everything, broski.
Go for it, lttstore.com. What else we got here? Oh, dude!
Oh no, we've lost them forever.
Space
Spaceball.
Cadet pinball's in here. Here we go, let's go.
Again, I think it's another win, chat.
Bah!
Because
Really?
he does
Bah,
forget
come
that
on!
he's playing
Come on! Oh, come on!
on Linux. I think it's a win there.
Come on!
Like,
Come on!
I want to tell it to you guys. I think this is my best part of the video. Because it shows what SteamOS is all about. Like, this is what you are supposed to get. And I have to say, guys, like, the Steam Deck put me back in for this. Like, this is a part where they reach a point, in my opinion, where you just have fun without having the headache relating to an operating system. And those moments there, I think they are good getting on camera for this video.
Realistically, if you want to be able to use it while you're in game mode, you need to add it as a non-Steam app in desktop mode first.
Perfect.
It's not a big deal, but it is the kind of thing that could trip up a less informed user. You can also do that with other apps, like non-Steam games and browsers. A browser can really come in handy over time in game mode. Now, of course, it is worth noting.
So if you are using a PC, you don't need game mode anymore. Right? You need game mode if you need to use the PC as a console. But if you switch to the desktop, you're gonna have exactly the same experience than running the game mode, which is literally like game scope. Like let's like the Steam big picture. Let's call it this way. They say game mode, but like game scope with Steam big picture. There is no like point if you are using it as a PC to use this mode anymore at all. He talk about average Joey and he plays pinball from 25 years ago. I know, dude.
That since you're not concerned about conserving battery life and squeezing every last drop of performance out of mobile hardware, you don't actually need to go back to game mode at all.
Exactly.
Steam works just fine here on the desktop.
Exactly,
and
dude.
As much as I love touchpads and joysticks, sometimes a keyboard and mouse is just plain a better way to use a computer.
Yes.
With standard peripherals, I can happily use my browser and apps just like I would on Windows, Mac OS, or any other Linux. The /home folder is persistent, so you don't have to worry about losing your files when you reboot.
See, exactly.
It just resets the system files so that the turn it off and turn it back on really does work to fix most things. And
no.
other than that,
Another mistake there. They really thought that the system file will be reset at each reboot. I thought it was a script issue, but no, like they really thought it was.
it pretty much just works like I would expect a computer to work. Pretty much. We did run into a funny scenario a little while ago. We were trying to get an old printer working with generic drivers, and I had a brainstorm that went, oh man, Linux! I bet Linux will work. Well, I'll just grab a Steam Deck. That already has Linux on it, and yeah. That's when I learned that SteamOS does not include support for printers out of the box, and you might come across similar gotchas over time. Let's see.
Okay, do I need to repeat what I said just earlier? Bro, do I want to bring my Ferrari to the sand race, to the Paris-Dakar? Do I want to do that? I don't think so, dude. SteamOS is not made for that. You can't reproach SteamOS to not run a printer, bro. There is something in the pin comment. Okay. But it's like, honestly, like the fact that cup is installed by default and you need to enable the service. Bon, okay. Okay, dude. I don't want to get too technical, but like, yes, you could make a printer work on SteamOS. I did install DaVinci Resolve yesterday on SteamOS, so you can do whatever you want on SteamOS. It's Linux after all, right? But you can't reproach it to not have the printer support out of the box, broski.
If they've added it.
I think it's unfair.
No, they have not. Neat. So, SteamOS. It's pretty great right now, but it's clear that there's a bit of work to be done. So, what about those rumors we were talking about? Could new Steam machines be announced and released at any time? Absolutely. And I think we're due. Valve has spent years getting SteamOS to the point where it's at. They've made some hard decisions along the way, but overall, it works great on the right hardware, and it keeps getting better.
Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Finally, dude! We did it!
And the playable game library is huge. With no signs of slowing down.
That's what she says.
With that said, is SteamOS 3 ready to dethrone Windows?
No.
Not yet. There's enough prickly edges that keep it from being a totally smooth experience, and you can make the argument that Windows has a lot of prickly edges too, but the difference is that so many more people know how to troubleshoot it.
Yes. Okay, so here, super important point, chat. Okay. Can SteamOS dethrone Windows now? No. Can Linux dethrone Windows now? My own opinion, yes. But as he said, there is a lot to learn and there is a lot, of work for the end user. I think this is the only issue right now. And there is also a lot of misinformation, right? And I'm not talking about Linus there. Like I think overall, like the video is good. We're gonna conclude on that, but like, I there is misinformation because because of how to explain that. In French, the word will be a priori. It's like preconceived idea of what Linux is. And it's a misinformation that is not being spread now, but which has been being spread for like decades. And when you talk about Linux to someone, everybody is like, oh no, it's too hard. But like there is distribution out there which are literally like easier to install than Windows. And they are easier to run and maintain than Windows. And I think this is the issue, dude. This is the issue.
So here's what I'd say is on Valve's to-do list. They need a simple installer, they need out-of-the-box support for a lot more hardware, and just one or two more passes of spit and polish. Also printer support.
Okay, so out of the list about his recommendation, a simple installer, I agree. Out of the box support for a lot more hardware. I'm pretty sure this is on their to-do list. Like both of them, there is no discussion. A little spit and polish. Printer support. Our printer support is like one line of command. It's nothing. So this, it's done already. The simple installer also, it's done. Like it's easy to set up. I think this is the big issue is going to be there. This is where Valve is going to hit a wall. And to what I was saying earlier, it won't be like months of work. It's going to be more like years of work. Right? That's going to be. On fourth, I would add as you say, Zelfir, the myth to debunk about Linux. Linux is trash. Linux, blah, blah, blah. Linux is complicated. Linux is not. Like, all those myths about Linux, we need to get rid of. So that will be my fifth there. And the last one will be everything related to anti-cheat. Right? This one is going to be a big, big barrier, chat. Like, this one is going to be tough.
I do believe that they're going to get there, though, especially if Microsoft decides they want to risk their market share by forcing their store on everyone, or if they keep making unreasonable hardware demands.
Okay, so this take about Microsoft shooting themselves in the foot, I start not to believe in it anymore, chat. I start to believe that if Microsoft... Okay, let me rephrase that. I start to believe like if Linux win is not because Microsoft is getting like worse and worse. I think that Linux needs to bring a better alternative. And it won't come because of the failure of Microsoft, but it's going to come from the success of Linux and SteamOS. I don't know if it makes sense because, man, I was thinking about it like, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. Like, if you look at Microsoft and the direction they have been taking, it has been lose and lose and lose, but they keep thriving. So, it might be a hot take, but it needs to be the success of Linux and not the lose or lost, I don't know how to say it in English, of Microsoft.
I think all that's left is to unreasonably demand that you hear this message from our sponsor.
Okay, so this is a sponsor. Okay, so this is done, chat. Let's talk about it. Let's do let's do a quick recap, chat. I think overall, like, the video was good. Like, you know, people are gonna be upset, but I think the overall video was really good, chat, because for once, you know, Linus had fun on the video, right? He was just forgetting the fact he was using Linux. For me, this is a win. I think on some point regarding SteamOS is a little bit rough in a sense that he believes that SteamOS represents the whole world of Linux, and in my opinion, like, this is unfair. Okay, like 3 years ago, he was the first one to admit that printer, for example, they were the easiest to install on Linux. But now, like, he's like pedaling back and saying, like, you know, it's a problem, but it's a SteamOS problem. It's not a Linux problem. Okay, and the fact that it's a SteamOS problem is not really a problem because nobody will ever install a printer on a handheld gaming device, right? Like, are you reproaching to Android to not have a out-of-the-box support of a printer, or your Tesla car to not be able to print wirelessly? Like, you know, it could be a case to defend, but you can actually, like, you know, like, say it's an issue. To me, it's a non-issue, right? So that will be my point towards that. You have to still think that SteamOS right now is an operating system made for a handheld running on AMD APU, and that's what it's all about. It's nothing else. The fact that SteamOS kind of helped all the other distros to get to a gaming stage, it's the truth, but it's hard to mix both of them, right? That will be like I would say, like, the outcome of the video, right? That will be the outcome of the video. Now, for the future of SteamOS, I already said it in a previous video, and I will say it again. SteamOS right now, it's gonna be a PR movement. It's gonna be a public relation move where the mass is gonna understand that big company like Valve are pushing Linux, and Linux is an alternative. This is what SteamOS is gonna be all about. And you will see in my review of SteamOS what I think about the OS itself, as you could use it, you know, on different hardware, and what I believe, you know, is good and bad. But you have to think it this way, chat. Okay, you have to think it about it. It's if you want to run game right now on Linux, you already can do it, and you can do it in a way easier way than running SteamOS. Bazzite, CachyOS, Nobara, PKOS, the new kid on the block. You don't need to go through all this hassle. I just my 2 cents. Guys, thank you very much for watching, and see you in the next one. Bisous, bisous. Okay. So that's my conclusion. I don't even know if we're gonna push this video on the channel, dude. I don't even know if we can push this video on the channel, chat. I want to be honest with you. I think there is not a lot of learning, dude. What do you think? How many years it will take to NVIDIA to give proper support for Linux and Wayland? The support is already there, dude. The problem with NVIDIA, we're gonna talk about it after in another video I want to watch with you guys. The problem with NVIDIA and Linux is deeper than that. Hello Ikita. Just discovered this channel, was watching the video about using a second GPU for encoding and noticed you were live. So is it okay to ask you if you are still using this technique? No, I'm not, Likita. Right now, I'm using a full PC with Arc 380, and it's a dual PC setup. So no, I don't use it anymore. The new generation of RTX 4000 series, they have a dual chip encoder in it, so you know it's not worth it anymore. I run a 1490 RTX, so if I had to stream with a single PC, I will just use my RTX. If you were using like different type of graphic card, maybe you could have some benefit out of it. I don't think it's worthy video. Most people have reacted to it. It did not sit well with people, only complained. Yeah, I agree. I think, honestly, like I think he did some positives there, but he also did like a little bit of negative, chat. I think his angle was not the best. But I'm happy to see that, you know, he had fun with it. You know what I mean? He had fun with the distro, and he played with games. So this is what I think is important. Okay, so what is this one all about, chat? The only problem with NVIDIA driver is low performance in recent games and in Windows. Listen, guys. How to explain that? For the question toward NVIDIA and Intel, the only issue is not the support. The only issue is the performance. Okay? There is like 3 or 4 key like missing feature related to NVIDIA right now as we speak that are not supported to Linux. Okay? Yeah. It's not bad, chat. Let's react to those 2 videos and then we talk about NVIDIA, because we have NVIDIA here. I'm gonna go deeper into it, chat. Let's react to those 2 one. Okay. Salut everyone. In this video, we're gonna react to a react of a Linus Tech tip video reacted by Chris. So I don't know how it's gonna work, but let's get into it. Okay, you guys are ready? You guys are ready? I think I'm gonna get a coffee. I will be right back, chat. I need some some liquid in me. Can I say that? No, I don't think I can say that, chat. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, chat. I need this coffee. I'm sorry about it. So, guys, are you ready? We're gonna watch this video and we'll see what Chris think about the SteamOS video from Linus. This one's gonna be a fun one, I believe.
Let's talk about the actual state of Linux gaming. And I say this because I saw some big YouTubers come out and mention, specifically Linus Tech Tips and Ordinary Gamers. I think they're under the impression that SteamOS is going to be ready for general release in 2025.
No.
And the reality and truth is that couldn't be farther from the truth, because I doubt we will ever see a general release of SteamOS. And
what? Okay, so he's starting strong. So for him, SteamOS will never be released as an operating system.
I want to explain why and whatever all this new news is, because there's massive misconceptions about what Linux is capable of and what it's really good for, because gaming has a place in Linux and it's amazing, and I want to go over all the developments, but I also want to show you the challenges that we face in the Linux community comparative to the Windows community, because you need to know they're not apples to apples kind of comparisons here.
Okay, so I like this take, dude. I think, guys, I like this take. So I can't disagree with that.
Massive differences between just the structure and how things are made. So first off, why would it never get a general release? And the big things is Linux is so different from distribution to distribution, hardware to hardware, and what goes into it is massively different. How Windows works is you tack on drivers, you install them after the fact, which is great for Windows. I mean, it works for them. I think it's a terrible system, and I think Linux is much more stable when it works. But the big thing here, a general release, is you have to account for all the different hardware out there, and the Linux kernel is where those drivers sit, and that's like the brain of it. Think of, it's just not something you can touch or easily add to. You can add drivers, but not in the way you think on Windows. It's not nearly as easy, and typically it is developed over a long period of time. So there's like this sweet spot in Linux when it comes to gaming, where you want hardware that's about 1 to 2 years old and has really good, massive adoption, because you know that's going to be in the Linux kernel.
So that I don't agree, dude. That I don't agree. So this take, I don't agree, Chad. I think the state we are in right now with the Linux kernel and the fact that you might have a slight delay between the integration of driver within the kernel versus like their date of release is based on the fact that there is not a high demand, there is not, I will say, like a momentum that will require all those drivers to be integrated in Linux, not because you can't, but simply because there is no demand. Okay? So if we arrive at a point where Linux is more mainstream and Linux is more used as a desktop than, server, because this is really what it's used for right now, we might arrive at a point where we might have a lot more kernel, more driver included with the kernel more rapidly. I don't think it's related to the structure of the way you have to build the kernel and this, I would say, like the way the driver are integrated to the kernel itself. Like it's not structural. It's just related to the fact that there is no demand. Because if it's just a time issue, it simply means that there is not enough demand for all those drivers to be, I would say, pushed inside the kernel. That's the way I see it.
Where all the drivers reside, you know, and I want to break that down, and I'm talking simple terms here. So I know there's going to already be neckbeards calling me out in the comments. I'm trying to do this so you're not.
Bro, what is a neckbeard? Like, we need to know about this neckbeard situation. Like, what does it mean, chat? Like, what is neckbeard? Are we neckbeard? I don't get it. I just got a nice cut there. I don't think we are neckbeard, chat.
Normal gamers of the world can understand Linux gaming. So that's the first challenge. Bleeding edge hardware and just the different configurations, it's just almost impossible. The second...
So this I don't agree, dude. It's not impossible. Like the statement, so let's reverse fart that. If those drivers, they were not able to be built within the kernel, you wouldn't have the support even 2 years after. Right? So this argument to me does not align. And again, I respect Chris. I think he has really good tech sometimes, or most of the time. I'm not aligned with this one. I think the acceleration of the integration in the kernel driver could be possible without any issue. It just needs to be work a little bit differently. Could it be a break right now? Of course, we're going to have some friction, but it's not impossible. So, no. Neckbeard is an unwashed, unemployed nerd living in their parent basement. Okay. If you are watching this live stream, you are a neckbeard. Okay, well, come on. Like, dude. Valve still need a bigger team for SteamOS so they can keep up maintaining if the aim is to Steam for everyone use. There is way to add driver without... There is way to add driver without integrating them in the kernel. There is multiple ways. Like what he's saying is partially true. Like there is way. Like we need to like just like step down a little and see what can be done. This is Linux, guys. You can do everything. It's just, do you have a will to do it? Simple as that, chat. LMAO, SteamOS also doesn't have any driver by default. Guess who is running SteamOS right now? Hey, Quadfeed. Hey. You see me, bro? See what I'm doing? Oh, darn. There is too much. Wait. Driver, just for you. Driver. Oh, what? What? There is an NVIDIA driver in the repo of Valve SteamOS by default. It's in the repo, broski. There is a lot of other distro out there which doesn't have the driver by default. I would say most of them. Okay, I stop. It's not the point. Like, the point is that you can install, they don't need to be in the kernel to make your hardware run. So I think here there is, it's not a misconception because I believe you know what it is, but it kind of like not tells the whole story here. So
there's two different renderers in there. And there's different subcategories of those renderers. And I want to explain that. Xorg versus Wayland. And I've done videos on these in the past if you want to go deeper dive.
So I didn't know that you could call Xorg or Wayland renderer. I thought Xorg, and Wayland were protocol display and not renderer, but I guess you can call them like that too. So here, before I even talk about it, Xorg is dead. So Wayland is going to be the future. So to me, it's a non-problem too.
But the long short of it is what Xorg and Wayland do is they render graphics on your screen.
Yes.
And then there's compositors underneath that can give transparency effects. It can kind of sits between the renderer and the game.
Yes.
So it can do really cool things. And what Valve has done is they've picked Wayland, right? Wayland is what they really like, which is
So Wayland is the future. It's not about what you like or you don't like. Wayland is the future.
is great. And they have a microcompositor called GameScope. You've probably heard of these terms. And GameScope can do really cool stuff that you can't even do in Windows, right? So this is where the Linux gamers really nerd out and like, dude, I can change my resolutions really easily. I can switch between like this fake full screen mode. There's a lot of really cool tech built into GameScope and Wayland.
Yeah, like FSR. Like FSR is really like one of the big things. It's actually awesome, chat. GameScope is so good, dude.
But, and this is a big but, NVIDIA kind of sucks and doesn't work very well on Wayland. A lot of NVIDIA people can get it working in Wayland, and support is getting better. In the future, sure, it's almost there, but just as general Linux as a whole, if you're an NVIDIA user, you typically don't like Wayland that much. However, it is getting better.
No, broski. So, my latest test, Wayland versus X11 in game. You have 5% difference right now. Okay? Like, you have 5% difference in pure performance between Wayland and X11. The fact that on a RTX 4090, okay? Like I don't agree with this take. I don't agree with this take. GameScope work with NVIDIA. So like what are the issue? What are the what would be the big thing between Wayland and X11 right now? Like outside of the problem related between Wayland and X11, but I'm thinking like what could be the issue with NVIDIA on Wayland versus NVIDIA on X11? Like, and again, I don't want to be mean toward Chris, but like X11 is gone. You don't even have like multi-monitor refresh rate like difference. You don't even have that on X11. Like this is the basic stuff now. Everybody has more than a screen and multiple like refresh rate. You can't have that working properly on X11. And I know there is some trick, but even those tricks, they are meh. Like, come on, dude. Chris is trolling me hard. Yeah, that's how I think.
It's just not quite there yet. And maybe in the next year or two, but Wayland came out about 10 years to, kind of take away from Xorg, because Xorg is this really old, bloated mess of a renderer. And it's just taken a long time to develop because it's not paid by a $1 billion company or $1 trillion company to develop. So Wayland's taken a long time to really kind of iron out these kinks. And frankly, they're not there yet. And I don't...
So I have a problem with this hate toward Wayland, dude. Like, I really have a problem toward Wayland, chat. Not toward Wayland, towards the hate against Wayland. What was the distro we took hours to get NVIDIA Wayland going recently, Mint? Yeah, because Cinnamon is in alpha. It's not even supposed to work, bro. It's not even supposed to work. And I can't complain about that. It's like exactly like when Linus was complaining about the fact You don't have support for printer or NVIDIA when you use the image of a AMD device. Like I was just like effing around, El Snarko. He has nothing to do with Wayland itself. You know, to get my example, like it was exactly when I was playing around, like how could I word that? Like, yeah, my example about the Ferrari going into a sand race. It's not going to work. But I'm aware of it. I'm not complaining about it. This I hardly disagree with this 8 of Wayland. This is the future. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But how long are we gonna stuck with X11? It's gone, guys. It's gone. Xorg is a digital duct tape zombie by now. But that's the point. There is still a schism. It may take a year or two, nothing more, nothing less. But this I don't agree to, because okay, so let me rephrase that. If you come to an argument toward Cinnamon, for example, okay, and you say that Cinnamon is what represents like Linux gaming, we could not agree together, right? Cinnamon Wayland is not representative of the state of gaming on Linux, right? Because I can always like find a counter argument to everything and pick and choose, you know, the direction I want the discussion to go through. I think here the first take was partially right, in the sense that the driver, you don't need to wait the driver to be in the kernel to use new hardware. There is patch. There is DKMS you can apply, right? So obviously I'm not expecting, like, you know, Joe Mishmish, I don't know how we call it, like Joe, like no neck bird, or Joe the cousin, like someone which is not like Linux ready to do that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if there is a company like Valve who decide to make sure that all the hardware work, they have the money, they have the intelligence, they have the energy, they have the employee that can like, you know, push those drivers to be installed on their device via DKMS. They don't need to wait for the driver to be within the kernel. That's my first argument. When it comes to Wayland, like the fact that GameScope already integrate Wayland, the fact that KDE already integrate Wayland, the fact that GNOME, Hyperland, like there is a lot of choice which are already ready to work on Wayland. Why are we watching at the one which are not ready for Wayland? This is really my approach there. It just, to me, and again, this is just my opinion, you can't advance if you think like that. You know what I mean? Like it just and to a discussion like that, where you say the state of gaming is that Wayland is not ready. Well, it's ready on KDE, it's ready on Hyperland. Is it ready at 200%? No. That I agree. But it's already better than X11 most of the time. You know what I mean? Like there is a lot of work. Like don't get me wrong, but like my point is that you can't go the right of X11. Like it's done, right? So to me, X11 shouldn't be part of the discussion here. Wayland work really well. Single screen only work well in Wayland. Second screen, it likes to bug out sometime. Adam, I don't have this issue. I have an NVIDIA drive. I have an NVIDIA card and I have 4 screen on my PC. I have no issue, dude, on Wayland. I think the issue is like it's not ready on NVIDIA. Again, 5% difference on a DirectX 12 game between X11 and Wayland. Like, how is it not ready, dude? You have DLSS 3, you have DLSS frame gen. It's not working as good as Windows. This I agree. But it's there. So I don't know, man. Like I don't like when I think it should be it's not black or white, right? And I think when we go in discussion like that, those idea of like, you know, it has to be X11 or like it just doesn't work. Okay, let's continue. Let's see what he's saying.
Know when it will be. For the past 6-7 years I've been making videos, I honestly thought, oh, it'll be a year out when I first started, and here we are. So maybe this year, maybe next decade, I don't know. So that's the first thing, the renderer, and then obviously the hardware. We've talked about the NVIDIA issues. This is another thing where NVIDIA has, I guess...
Okay, so the render, so kernel, it's a non-issue to me. Like, it's an issue, but it's easily like fixable. X11 is dead, so you're gonna have to use Wayland. I don't think it's that bad. So obviously, if you want a game on Cinnamon Wayland, it's not going to happen because it does not exist. But the value that SteamOS and a potential gaming Linux is pushing it's about like game working on a desktop environment. Point. Like right now you don't have really a lot of choice. That I agree, but it's not about X11 or Wayland anymore. It's gone. Like to me it's a non-issue. I don't agree with that. Like I hard disagree with that. Now NVIDIA, what is he going to say about NVIDIA?
They leaked their drivers in some way, and it's kind of open source. There's something called NVIDIA-Open, and those open source drivers are getting better, and they're also really rough around the edges. So a lot of people install an NVIDIA proprietary driver on there, where if you install that, you need to update it with your kernel every time you do an update. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but there's been sometimes, if you've ever done Linux desktop for an extended period of time and you're an NVIDIA user, you probably had some problems where the screen came up and you forgot to do like a no mode set and it came up all wavy and you're like, I can't see anything, but obviously there's some activity, or you just get a black screen on an update because the NVIDIA drivers.
So this is true. Like you have problem with the driver, like you could have problem on Windows too, right? Is it a Linux issue though? The fact that the driver break, it happens. Like it happens, but it happens on every platform. The fact that NVIDIA drivers are hard to install, I think here it's more an issue related to the maintainer. The maintainer of the distro, like this is my truth at least. You can see like from distro A to distro B to distro C, some maintainers, they put a lot of effort on NVIDIA, some others, they just don't. And it's their choice, I respect it. But like saying it's an NVIDIA fault, it's a different story.
Or drivers, I should say. The kernel module that gets tacked on afterwards didn't work properly, which does happen with NVIDIA. So a lot of people skew towards AMD. This is why Valve in a Steam Deck made them with just a built-in baked like AMD chip, or if they were going to do an external card or do like a Steam machine again like they did like about 10 years ago now, they would do it with an AMD GPU and not an NVIDIA GPU. And then
so this man. Oh, Chris, you know I like you, dude. I have nothing against Chris, guys. I think here I don't agree with that too, dude. Man, I don't agree with a lot of things actually. Like, so my take on that is that I don't think Valve went with AMD because the NVIDIA drivers suck, or at least like it's not the case. I think they went with AMD because AMD supported Vulkan. AMD has been a really big. I've been there for like having open source driver, and having open source driver to develop Proton is literally a gift to Valve. And so it wouldn't make sense for them to go with NVIDIA because it would have been almost impossible to build Proton and everything else without, open source driver. So now, did they choose AMD because of the fact that the NVIDIA driver were or are buggy? I don't think so. I think it's more related to the fact it's open source. Chris looks like he needs to sneeze. Yeah, maybe. Sorry, dude. I got him there. So, no. Or maybe they went with AMD because it's good APU. I think it's more than that. I think they went with AMD because it's easier from a developer standpoint to work with open source. Like with NVIDIA, you have to do reverse engineering. Like, how do you build Proton on top of that? And that's why, like, AMD card for gaming, they don't have those weird, like, performance regression you could have with NVIDIA, right? Everything is open source, so if they have a problem, they can fix it. With NVIDIA, you can do nothing, right? Like, you have to wait for NVIDIA to do their job, or you have to reverse engineer it on your end. And that's an issue. This I agree with. But the argument that Valve choose AMD, like the shortcut he made there, for me, that doesn't add up. Okay? That's all.
Desktop environment choices in here, I wrote down.
Because you want to reread? Okay, let's re-listen what he said.
You probably had some time problems where the screen came up and you forgot to do like a no mode set and it came up all wavy and you're like, I can't see anything, but obviously there's some...
Like what he's literally saying is like, you couldn't build a machine because the drivers are not stable enough and you could have this type of issue. But I disagree with that. Because even what he's saying that it didn't work because you forget to do a no mode set. Right? And to counter-argue that, you could have an upgrade in the Mesa stack that could break everything. And it happened on AMD. Like, go on the Reddit Linux gaming forum and you will see that a lot of AMD users, they have problem too. Like, it's not perfect. So, like, this argument for me doesn't add up. I'm sorry. Like, it's not... I have nothing against Chris, but to me, it does not add up. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, this does not add up, dude. Driver, they all have issue. Now it's the job of the maintainer, let's say it's Valve, to stay on the old version of the driver to make sure everything is stable enough to make enough tests before pushing anything. And they solve that already. Because it's immutable, dude. If it doesn't work, boom, we go back to the previous iteration, we reflash everything, we're good to go. So it's not an issue, dude. To me, like again, the argument doesn't add up.
Activity, or you just get a black screen on an update because the NVIDIA drivers I should say, the kernel module that gets tacked on afterwards didn't work properly, which does happen with NVIDIA. So a lot of people skew towards AMD. This is why Valve in a Steam Deck made them with just a built-in baked like AMD chip, or if they were going to do an external card or do like a Steam machine again like they did like about 10 years ago now, they would do it with an AMD GPU and not an NVIDIA GPU.
Well, they will do it with the AMD GPU for the reason I gave earlier, open source driver, but not because, right? Because they have full control of it, not because of any other argument.
And then desktop environment choices in here, I wrote down. They mainly just stick with KDE. There's a lot of different flavors out there. There's a lot of different ways. And I only kind of put this in here because a lot of people have existing systems or existing things that you like in your Linux install like some people are GNOME users, the weirdos out there, but you know, who am I to judge? But KDE is kind of their choice, and I couldn't see them ever sticking or moving from that, because it's only used every so often on the Steam Deck. But obviously, if this was your desktop, this is what you live in, and I don't know if that one-size-fits-all approach would work here. Obviously, I think that's probably what they would push, but something to consider as well.
So, wait. So the argument there... did you think that Steam, like Valve, will try to support a distro installation with every desktop environment? Like, again, so the argument here is to say, you would not have the choice of desktop environment, which could be a problem towards the development. I would say not development, but like towards the spread of Linux as a desktop operating system, is because you don't have desktop environment choice. So here I will say it again, chat. I will say it again. I don't think having the choice of multiple desktop environment is a good thing for spreading the awareness of Linux. I think the idea of choosing only one one desktop environment is the way to go, and supporting it. Because I tend to agree with Chris there, like there is no way they're going to be able to support all of them. So you have to make a choice and go for it. From our testing for the last 3 years, for gaming at least, I believe KDE is the best option out there. GNOME is great. Hyperland is okay. You know, if you want to go Windows Manager. And again, I'm mentioning those ones, but all of them are okay, right? But like, if you want to look at gaming and you want to look at the best performance out of the desktop environment, the best feature, well, KDE is ahead. You have to think that for a non-user, for a non-user of Linux, having only one desktop environment is the best. Like, it's just my opinion. Because if you introduce someone with 10 desktop environment and give them the choice, and you know, most of them in a theoretical world are half-baked or not user-friendly, well, we are not spreading the awareness of Linux, right? So the fact that SteamOS run only write KDE, if SteamOS represents gaming, I think this is a good choice. That would be my argument. But maybe I'm wrong, chat. That BS user coming from Windows are only used to having 1D. Yeah. I can understand that argument, but I think KDE is good for most users. Dude, if I met someone new, I see SteamOS, I'm not thinking about the desktop environment. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. I think his perspective is more from a, old Linux user, right? He doesn't see the perspective right now for this argument of a newcomer. You know what I mean? A newcomer, the way it's going to be like, hey, can I use HDR? Can I have multiple screen on my desktop environment easily? I'm thinking about GNOME here. Big issue I had with it. I'm a boomer user too, Reza, so please don't go in those comments about age or anything like appearance or this type of thing. Like, you're gonna get banned from my channel. We are here. We are just thinking and argumenting with reason, not with all this stuff. Okay, broski. Yeah, are my controller working exactly? So, no. I don't agree with that, dude. I don't agree with the desktop environment approach. And if they propose an installer, it doesn't have to be an installer like, you know, where you choose your G or whatever. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. You want an installer just to choose your drive. Like literally, and make sure you have the driver installed. That's all. You don't want anything. You don't want to have to educate, like, you know, what is the operating system, like file system. Like, we don't want that. No, you choose your drive and good. End of story, dude.
So we've talked about that. And probably the biggest point that I think most people miss as well is games and hardware are built with Windows and Mac in mind. Meaning you don't make a game and put it in Linux first. It's always an afterthought. It's always, oh, well, does it work in there? I don't know. Some neckbeard will probably figure it out and post like...
Bro, I'm so tired of the neckbeard comments, dude. Like, what is this? What is a neckbeard? Like, we already told me that, but like, wow, like, I don't like that, chat. It just tapped on my nerve. Like, it just tapped on my nerve, dude. I don't get it.
How to script on how to make it
like
work.
You guys, you told me what a neckbeard is, but I don't get it. Like, sincerely, I don't get it. Because it kind of put like the community of Linux, who are actually like working to develop stuff, giving feedback and whatever, it give a bad image. And I don't like that, chat. Like this I don't like, chat. Like, I want to tell you guys like straight, I don't like it. Like, I understand like some Linux user can be a pain. Maybe I'm a pain, dude. I'm a pain because I like to express myself. I like to share my opinion. But when I do that, I like to share it in a way where we can have a conversation, right? So for example, like I had a discussion with El Snarko before on Twitch. We had some going back, but it's still here watching. I still appreciate his input. And the same for all of you guys. It doesn't, you know, it's just about a discussion. It's not about like, you know, oh, I'm right, you're wrong, or whatever. I just share my thought, you share your thought. We have a discussion. But like when you are putting in a category like, hey, you are a neckbeard, or you are, I don't know, like you are a torso dog. I don't know what this expression are all about. Like, you know, like what is this? Like, you know what I mean, dude? Like, I'm getting cranky. Okay, I pass. You're right. Okay, we don't care about the neck beard.
And that's the one thing that's really big here. Now, Valve obviously is almost a Linux first platform in a lot of ways, but they still champion Windows because most of their customer base is Windows users. So it's really important to know that. So Valve obviously does, but the thing about SteamOS where it will never really work for a general release, what about all your other non-Steam games? Yes, there's Heroic Launcher. Yes, you can do like EmuDeck and other things for emulation. There's a lot of really awesome resources out there, but for the average day user, that's never really going to be a thing. Valve's not going to directly interface with Epic Games. They're never going to, partner with Heroic Launcher and bake all that in. That's never going to be a thing for a general release. And
why? Why it couldn't be a thing? Like, okay, so I get his argument. This I understand. So the hardware part, I understand. The argument that most of the customers of Valve are using Windows, I do understand too. So this I understand. But the other part, I don't get it, chat. Like why Valve could not touch base with Heroic to make a like an easier installer for all the other game on different platform? Like what is the breaking point here? Like, how could it be a problem? This is a sincere question, chat. Maybe I didn't get it. So many times over the year, never has been used, and a lot of times these takes were proving wrong over time. True. Heroic is great. I'm using it even on Windows, just to have all of them in one place. Yes. So why would they? Okay, so the idea here is to say, if SteamOS become mainstream as a Linux desktop operating system, the barrier that Chris mentioned, and he's right, is what about the game which are not on Steam? So the game which are not on Steam, there is a problem because the experience is not as seamless as on Windows. This is his argument. And his argument is to say Valve is not going to help the end user to install Epic Game on the operating system. But why would they not? Like the game were not developed to run on Linux, but they're still doing it. Whether they are from, Steam or non-Steam, they're still helping. Via Proton. Because Proton and Wine support actually the game on Steam and the game not on Steam. So, for me, this argument, right, is wrong. It will benefit Valve to make all the other launcher work on the OS, obviously. The plan of Valve, if I understood correctly, is still to be relevant 10 years from now. And to be relevant 10 years from now is to make sure they are not hard-locked by any operating system. Right? This is a game. Because if Microsoft say, no, we have our own store, Valve, you screwed, they have no control over that. This is really what it's all about. So the operating system they build, not only you need to make the game work, but you also need to make work all the other game. I think will be in their own interest to make sure that the platform they kind of control to distribute their game is also friendly for everything else, because otherwise they will just lose market share. So on paper it sounds weird, but this is the type of situation if you think deeper about it, they will have to do it anyways. Because if they just support Steam, they become another Microsoft, right? And I don't think this is their game, right? So you see, if they were ready against that, they will block you to launch, for example, Battle.net through Steam, and you can do it. So Valve has no interest in pushing users to other store, but again, Heroic exists. My argument is I don't see them maybe not helping directly, but you have to think they have an interest of having those other launcher working. It's like Microsoft. If Microsoft tomorrow say, we don't want Steam anymore, they're going to lose all the users that actually use Steam. So right now they are in a monopolistic situation, so they could kind of enforce it and live with it. But if there is no monopoly anymore, it will be happening, right? It would artificially their sell and gimmick and reach more people if they didn't at least. I didn't get your sentence, Dan. Honestly, on Linux is app there, you can bet that Epic and Blizzard, oh, of course, everybody's gonna jump on it. Everybody's gonna jump on it. I know it, chat. I don't know. For me, guys, again, it has never been the role of Valve to, support the launcher. Like, I agree with that, at least with Chris. But I don't think, like, from a pure argument standpoint, I don't think Valve could not one day support Heroic, for example. You have another example. Watch. You have Playtron. So Playtron OS, they hired the creator of Lutris to work on their specific multi-launcher application for launching game. So there is case where there is this counter argument where developer and like people who are behind operating system, they want to support even the competition because there is a real interest there. Your operating system is not going to win or gain market share if it's not the one that supports everything. This is what I'm trying to explain, right? So when you say it will never happen, I don't agree with that. That's all. It could happen.
Take all that in. That's never going to be a thing for a general release, and anybody doing Linux gaming is going to want those things. There's going to be times where you're like, hey, I now want to play World of Warcraft or whatever it might be on Blizzard. And they're going to switch off of Steam and go to Blizzard, or they're going to go to Heroic Launcher because there's some game over there that they got for free, because that's the only people that use Heroic Launcher. So these are the things that are hiccups that will never really be solved, not because of a Linux shortcoming, but just because it's just the way of the world. It's how business is done.
I don't agree with that. Like, this argument is just the way of the world, how business is done. Like, I don't agree with this. Man, Chris, if you watch this video, I'm sorry, dude, but like, I don't agree with you. I respect you, but I just don't agree with that. I just proved it earlier. And the experience on Windows is exactly the same. You don't have one launcher, you have multiple of launcher. And the fact that most of this launcher, if not all of them, are already working on Linux, what is the issue towards that? Like, it doesn't change the user experience at the end of the day.
And they're never going to build these games or hardware for Linux, at least not in the next several years or even probably decade. It's just very rare that you see that. Now, having said that, I want to, not break down all these categories. These are just generally touching on, hey, this is what the problems of SteamOS general release is and why they would never do it. SteamOS is a fantastic thing, though.
So, what is kind of like bothering me here is that the most important for me, at least from a user experience, user standpoint for gamers out there, is the first thing is hardware support. And it doesn't even mention it. I think the real issue with Linux, even outside of Steam, and this is why Steam is struggling, and outside of NVIDIA, is just hardware support. Like the promise toward all the hardware manufacturers out there which are deliberately not supporting Linux is, for me, one of the biggest constraints. Because, yes, AMD work, NVIDIA work. Well, some of you are going to say, oh, it doesn't work. No, it works. Well, it doesn't work as on Windows, but it works. Intel, same. Doesn't work as on Windows, but it works. The real issue is going to be, what about my Stream Deck, for example, right? What about all those software related to, for example, my webcam? We were talking about it last time with Vexy. This is to me, this is a real issue. Because if you arrive to a point where, and we are there, we are not far, chat. We arrive to a point of most of the game they play. Most of the GPU, CPU, Ethernet card, mouse, keyboard, they work, right? Now, what's going to be the real issue is that the ones that don't work, the ones that are depending of software, right? Like some of those webcams, they need specific software to work. Some of those mouse, they need specific software. And this is where we're going to have a big gap. But again, won't be on the control of Valve. And this, for me, is the main issue. Or also the capture card, dude. Like, I have capture cards in my PC, they are like useless. They are like a brick there. I think this is going to be the big one for me. But it doesn't mention it. The manufacturer are going to jump the board anyway if Linux keep growing. Yeah, but it's going to take a lot of time. That's the problem. It's going to take a lot of time. I think this is where you're going to see, like, the adoption rate being slow, and it's going to kind of like push Steam for a future release really like late in the bees, right? Because they're going to have this period where like hardware are just not working. That's going to be the issue, I think. You can stream games from your main computer to a Steam Deck over here. So let's say what he has to say. But like for me, this will be the big problem. Not any of the one he mentioned there.
Like, you need to realize that it has drastically improved the Linux gaming experience for everyone, not just Steam users. They've done really amazing work with the entire open source community. So I don't want to minimize the impact of the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck has been fantastic.
Yeah,
I
agree.
absolutely adore the Steam Deck. It's been a lifesaver. I use it almost every single night when I'm laying in bed. It is a great machine.
Nice, Chris. Let's go, Papa!
And I think that's going to continue. What you're seeing with the YouTubers that brought this up is they saw a bunch of powered by SteamOS and these types of systems. Steam will partner with like Lenovo. They were going to partner with other brands that make handhelds like AONEO and other different manufacturers of these handhelds. And they will say, hey, here's all the little things. Here's how to make it nice and neat, because they want them to run SteamOS. And they have a captive audience, and they know, hey, this is the hardware that will work for it. And after they say, yes, we're going to use all this hardware, then they go, okay, slap the SteamOS sticker on there. That's the thing. They control the hardware, which makes the experience for the end user seamless to where they don't even know they're in Linux, which is fantastic. And that's where the SteamOS future is. It is going to make millions of new Linux gamers, but they're not really going to be on Linux desktop. They're going to be in the Steam ecosystem using these handhelds because it is a fantastic experience. I would even say it's a better experience than playing it on Windows, especially when you have decent hardware doing it. So what about
So this I agree. And I have like many examples I mentioned earlier in the stream and earlier in all the video where people, they just use SteamOS and they don't even know it's Linux. So this I agree. I also agree with the fact that Valve is in a position right now where they want to control the hardware to make sure like everything go flawlessly. Like it makes sense because we come back to the argument I was mentioning before. If you don't control the hardware, you increase the complexity overall, and it makes, in my opinion, like this is the hardest part. I don't think software is an issue. I think it's more like hardware. And especially NVIDIA and Intel right now. It's not related to the desktop environment. It's not related to the display protocol. It's not related to anything else. Like this is a hardware situation we're in.
Average Andy, hey, I want to install a Linux spin and I want to play. I would say Bazite. When it comes to Bazite, it uses a universal spin. It uses SteamOS as its benchmark. And it's very flexible. It has NVIDIA support. It has a lot of really cool stuff baked into it. And
it's funny because now NVIDIA works, huh? Broski. Cheers, Chris. But now NVIDIA works, no problem. So you see, we come back to what I was saying. There is an issue related to the drivers themselves, but there is also an issue related to the maintainer and the overall like Linux culture related to NVIDIA and all those big companies. I get it. But I've seen many times some distro where it's like, oh, NVIDIA don't care. Problem is like by doing that, which I understand, but by doing that, you are cutting 80% of the actual population. So do you want your distro to become famous? Well, think twice about it. You have to support NVIDIA, that's all. Even if you don't like it. This is what is all about business. Business is about making concession, understanding the strength and the weakness, and working on that to increase your profitability. This is business. If you don't understand business, you don't maintain NVIDIA. Simple as that, dude.
The team has done massive optimization to make a good gaming experience as long as you check like ProtonDB. And if you're interested in Bazite, I did a video specifically over Bazite, which I highly recommend checking out. It's a great like desktop system. I did a little micro PC. I did two videos. One was a micro PC running Bazite, and then the other one was actually Bazite itself, where I ran it on my desktop for a full month. I did like PCI pass-through and a bunch of complex stuff with it. So the
it's
downside
guys, you know, I'm criticizing right now, but I do believe like Chris is an amazing content creator. There is a lot of things you can learn, a lot of entertainment coming from his video. So I already encourage to go watch him. I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that to be like nice or whatever. I've watched some of his videos sometime, not all the time. But I do believe like he has an approach which is good. He also like developing a lot for the community. Sometime, obviously, I don't agree with him, but his content is worth a watch. Now, when it comes to Bazite, it kind of like upset me a little bit because I was one of the first one to release video about Bazite, but I didn't get a lot of like, you know, support, like not support, but like the video didn't boom. Even if I did like 3 or 4 or 5 video about Bazite, that sucks. And even if I was the first one to talk about it, it was just a little side there, a little like sad feedback chat. That sucks. Like if you were like subscribed to this channel, you would have been the first to be knowing about Bazite. I'm not even kidding. Oh well.
Bazite, I'd say, is pretty heavy, as you could expect from a gaming atomic desktop. But it's very reliable and flexible at the same time, where SteamOS is a lot more rigid. So if you're actually using your machine as a desktop...
So this I don't understand. I don't agree. I don't agree with it too. I think Bazite is easier to install. I think Bazite has a better support out of the box. But as it is right now for running SteamOS, like I'm literally running SteamOS right now. Like we are running SteamOS on this machine. I mean, I'm going to show it again for the video chat. Okay, fast fetch. Okay, we are on SteamOS right now. This is a real SteamOS on the Steam Deck. I do believe like there is a lot of feature on the SteamOS which are, it's just my opinion, from an Arch user perspective, above Bazite. Like the way the immutable Arch distro is made via SteamOS is just awesome. We need to talk about it. Like we're gonna have to talk about it, but I think it's superior to Bazite. It's just my 2 cents.
I would even, let's say they did have a general SteamOS release, obviously I could install that as there is instructions on how to install SteamOS today on your system. It's just not a very good experience, where Bazite's going to have a way better experience. And there's other projects out there. Hollow ISO also gets tossed around by these YouTubers. Guys, this went end of life the beginning of last year. So Holloway ISO is no more. Chimera, that's been around for a little bit. It's also another good alternative. And you have WineZap if you want like a portable SteamOS. That's written by Luke Smith, prominent blogger, I think, for Android Authority. And he's great. I've talked to Luke as well. So just so many great projects out there. My personal pick, I'm not even going to give you a choice. If you're a gamer and you want a good experience, to me, I think the best one for your average user is Bazite. It has the easiest setup. It has less things go wrong. If you're a power user and you're a gamer and you want more control than having like an Atomic or a Universal Blue Spin like Bazite, I would recommend Nubara. That's also a video I made several years back. That's also another good gaming spin. And that's kind of where I want to leave this video.
What? You are not talking about CachOS, dude! No. Oh, bro. Okay, I think I'm becoming sneezy, chat. Okay. CachOS, chat. I agree with the statement. You just want to play, and you don't want to tinker with your OS, Bazite. You want to tinker with your OS, there is three actually. You have Nobara, Pika, you're gonna have to tinker a lot, and Kashi. If I had to choose, and it's just me because I'm an Arch user, I would go CachOS, okay? But Nobara, Jude, and Pika, you can't let them on the side. You just can't. You just can't. But this is more like power user, tweaker. And I'm saying that, but it's not true. Like for CachOS in Nobara, like you're like feet under the table, let's go papa, there is nothing to do, right? Everything is done for you. Pika, like I know they're still in dev. There is still things that need to be worked on. I made a video about it. But yeah, man, didn't talk about CachOS.
Yeah.
Come on.
Stop recommending or telling people SteamOS is coming out. It's not. And if it does, it's going to suck. And Valve knows this. And they don't want to support your 5-year-old rig running NVIDIA cards. They just don't.
Do I need to show you the Paru with the NVIDIA driver in the repo of SteamOS? Nah, I'm not even doing it.
They're microcompositors specifically highly optimized for AMD and their hardware. And I don't see that changing. Now, there are a lot of people out there that are working on getting the microcompositor GameScope working for, I think, Bazite. The Bazite team, I think, just leaked a new image for NVIDIA that...
Dude, why everybody is talking about Bazite and not about what has been done earlier? Like, he has been working for months, chat.
Might have that, or it does have...
You know why I feel bad? I feel bad for the one who actually worked on it before and does not get the recognition. You know what I mean, chat? Because imagine you are working on like the NVIDIA compatibility on GameScope, and now everything look toward like Bazite made it. It just sucks, man.
Have some of that capability.
It just sucks for them.
It is coming, but it's not going to be Valve that brings it to you. And I want to temper expectations as I've ranted way too long here. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And this is the state of gaming on Linux. It's never going to be 100%. It's never going to beat a Windows in compatibility because things are built for Windows. And well, I think a Chromebook will probably beat the Mac soon. So you know, no gamers actually use a Mac, right?
No, there is a lot of gamer on Mac, dude. Okay, that was the end for this video. It was pretty fun. I don't know if it's gonna make it to the... I don't know if it's gonna make it, chat. I'm gonna still record the ending, but That was the end for this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to give a thumbs up and subscribe. I do hope that one day all the game and everything is going to be working on Linux. It will. Stay tuned. Oh, let's see the reply here for science, dude. Valve has a blog post. It was posted yesterday where they mentioned they will release a beta version, a SteamOS for everyone. Uh-oh! Let's go, Papa! No way. Are they doing that? Where is the post? Oh no, it's just for handheld. Okay, okay. Okay, bro. Okay. Okay. No. I don't know. Where is the Valve post blog? Allez. You're in the comment, Fezzy? Dude. Marvel. Guys, you have any idea where... Steam official. Got it. I think I got it, chat. SteamOS expands... There we go. SteamOS expand beyond Steam Deck. The Legion Go OS and it's officially. What is SteamOS? SteamOS is built by Valve. It features seamless user experience for gaming. SteamOS currently officially shipped on Steam Deck and will soon ship on Lego Gen model. Valve is working on SteamOS support for more devices in the future. Okay, so it's still aligned toward what he said, and I agree with this. This I have to agree, chat. Is a user locked into playing only Steam game? No, if players wish, they can go on desktop mode and install other game launcher and software if they wish. Let's go. Air Max, you can now restart Marvel Rival. Today patch for 1 and Proton fix the stuttering issue in my opinion. Smooth like butter. Ready, Robert? Oh, nice, man. That would be awesome, dude. Listen, this is serious, chat. My point on this topic. Take them as you may. Wayland getting better support and popularity. If enough effort goes into addressing issue, I see no reason why the community won't adopt it. Okay, agree. NVIDIA issues are due to user in the Linux world. NVIDIA knows they need to sell their GPU, and if Linux and Steam gain traction, I see absolutely no functional reason NVIDIA won't support. Agree. Don't worry about different DE. Chris, pick one, make it work well, and if anyone wants to use something different, they can, but they will be aware of no officially supported. Yes. Sam has point 2. Yes. Valve is doing such a good job with Proton that it almost doesn't matter that games are built for Windows. Yes. Your points are valid, Chris, but if Valve can put love into SteamOS, even if it's not perfect, people will start gradually to change over. Yes. That's a good one, dude. I get your point, but I don't like your vision. It will never work, it will never change. Guys, you were right, huh? I like reading the comment chat. You know, on all my video, when you write a comment, I read it. Sometimes I react, sometimes I don't react. Because I don't like those channels where the owner is just liking everything, right? But bro, like this is the type of comments that drive me insane. I downloaded Fedora yesterday and I downloaded driver from RPM Fusion. It was Wayland, but being an NVIDIA guy sucks in Linux. I can't play Final properly. I got around 25 FPS with low setting. Like, how is it possible, dude? I want Linux to grow. Okay, so what are the responses? Give CachyOS a try. 4060. Maybe you are running nouveau driver. Turn off ray tracing. Bro, like, dude! Expecting a video, I was wrong about SteamOS really soon. Lot, I hope I'm wrong. You know, maybe it's just, guys, maybe it's just farming view, chat. Maybe it's just farming view. Maybe it's just farming view. Maybe it just do that on purpose. All I use is Wayland in Bazzite with my 3080 Ti. It's very much improved and worked really well on there. When XDefiant was a thing, I would need it for that. I don't have any issue with it anymore these days. I don't know if that's because they have some patches or why it works so well, but I'm happy. Eh ben voilà, chat. Here we go. I'm a noob, but I will be honest and say that Bazzite was not really friendly while moving from Ubuntu-based distro. I since moved to CachyOS, which is Arch-based, and I'm loving it. I don't hear Chris talking about it much, unfortunately. I would like to hear. I'm gonna ask Peter. I'm gonna tell him, bro, you need to put me in the CachyOS team. I'm gonna tell him, bro, put me in the CachyOS team as a good-looking French guy. Type of role, you know? Well, anyways. That was good. Now this one, guys. This one. Oh my god, you are still streaming? Man. It's a small stream. We are only like 4 hours in. In my peak, listen, dude. In my peak moment when I was a full-time streamer, I had streams where were like 24, 26, 28 hours long. Like you are not knowing me like in my prime. You know what I mean, chat? This is not my prime. We are like right now we are just coasting together, having fun. I think Chris like going against the tide. Yeah, I think so too, dude. I think he liked to do that because he's really like farming engagement. Maybe I should do the same. I switch back to Windows. F Linux, dude. Why I quit Linux? Dude, I couldn't get like 480 FPS on my gaming rig. I only had 450. What a pain! Come fight me, chat. You know what? I was tired of installing like the NVIDIA driver, like easy, like finger in the nose. Anyways, let's see this video. I think this one is gonna be awesome, chat. This one is gonna be awesome. Are we still on Twitch? Just wondering. Who does Nick? Dude, when I saw Muta was like going back to Windows, I was like, this is a fake news. Yep. What the heck? Did you stream from the toilet too? Why, you're interesting, Groovy Train? Please subscribe to my OnlyFans. Of me streaming from my Steam Deck from the toilet in Wi-Fi. Let's go. Special effect just for you, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, chat. Okay. On Linux, dude, from my bathroom. All right. Oh man, I really effed up my haircut, and chat. It's really bad, chat. That's really bad, dude. Put a Patreon. I have a Patreon, Reza. What are we waiting for? I have a Patreon. You know, 2 weeks ago we were like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make some challenge with the Steam Deck, and here we are, streaming from the Steam Deck, using the Steam Deck only for 7 days. I think I'm gonna use it for way more because you will see after. Like I have some idea. But bro, everything is possible on this channel. Never forget. Most Linux users going back to Windows feel like walking on nails and pain, everyday pain. That's so true, dude. Live from the throne. Live for the throne. And this is not the Game of throne, right? You look like you come under the lawnmower, Max. Guys, I hate you. Dude, I thought we were a community, dude. But like, what is happening to us? Install macOS on Steam Deck. Yeah, send me the tutorial, Steven. I will do it. Okay, chat. So this one, I think, is going to be awesome. I want to be listening to it. We're going to be reacting to this one. I don't even know if I'm going to push any of this video. I think it's going to be... It's going to be a madness, chat. Editing all of those on the Steam Deck, but we're going to try. But let's start with this one. So guys, are you ready? So your hair is fine, but why no fade? Dude, that's the best I could do yesterday. In like 2 hours in between, like installing DaVinci Resolve on my Steam Deck and staying with my family and doing everything. I'm doing my best, boys. All right, are you ready? Salut everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about an interview made at CES 2025 about the SteamOS and Pierre-Loup Griffet. I hope I'm pronouncing his name well. I believe he's French, but this is how we'll pronounce it in French. Pierre-Loup Griffet is in this interview. So I'm really impatient to hear from him. I did follow him. I think it was on Twitter or Blue Sky. I don't remember. He has an account there. And yeah, I think it's going to be great to hear what he has to say about SteamOS. Having the info directly from Valve. Same shirt for video? Yeah, and same haircut, Dan. Okay. So who is doing this video? PC World. Okay. So before we start this video, I want to make sure that PC World, if you have a problem of me reacting to this video, no problem. Please send me a copyright strike. I will totally get it. If not, we cool. I think I could bring a little bit of value of the interview itself. Let's see how it goes.
Hey PC World fans, I'm here with Pierre-Loup from Valve. Please tell the fine folks what you do over at Valve.
Hey, I'm an engineer at Valve. I've worked on SteamOS and our hardware initiatives as well.
Okay, I also follow...
Okay. So before we start, I have to say it straight. I think Pierre-Loup Griffet is a legend. Okay, I'm not mashing my word and I'm gonna say it straight. So don't worry, Pierre-Loup, I'm married. Nothing funky behind the scene happening here. But I do believe this gentleman is a legend. He will be a legend as Gabe. He will be a legend as TKG. He will be a legend as, like all those big dev behind the scene, which are doing like a crazy job. Like a really, really crazy job behind the scene. And I'm really happy to kind of like see him for the first time. I can't say meet, because obviously like it's not a real like, introduction there. But it's actually nice to, listening to him and have this type of interaction, which are more than just, a tweet or a feedback somewhere. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Follow you on Twitter.
Oh, cool.
I know you're somebody who likes to update the community, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm on Blue Skies these days. But,
Blue Sky.
Yeah,
Okay,
follow
I
me
gotta
on there
follow you
too.
over there.
That's right.
Okay. Hi.
Okay, so this is starting strong. You're on Twitter. Yeah, I'm also on Blue Sky. So it's kind of like it doesn't want to be associated with the mess on X right now. Okay, and I like it. Okay, I like it, dude.
So yeah, you have a device here. This is not a Valve-made Steam Deck though, but it is powering SteamOS.
That's right. Yeah, SteamOS is fully working there, like all the experience you're used to on Steam Deck has all the features, all the functionality.
Okay, yeah, that was the big news here at the show, is that you are partnering. Valve is partnering with Lenovo with this Go S to have a powered by SteamOS operating system. I guess the first question for me is like, what?
Okay. So first, I think it's really good because now we have the proof. Like this announcement is the proof that Valve is actually pushing the SteamOS on other devices. We had an early proof, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, where they announced that they will support also the ROG Ally. But now it's at CES, and you have a Valve representative and a Valve dev. Like, if you are new to the Linux community, like this guy is a legend. I'm going to repeat it again, but like, he's there at the CES in Las Vegas to share the implication of Valve and indirectly, like, the push of SteamOS toward a new handheld device. And this is awesome, chat. Okay, I just wanna put that in context. As I always do in my video, we're gonna start with a little bit of context. I think this is the big tech. Before we start to go a little bit deeper there, this is awesome. And you can see there it's running like SteamOS. So let's see what they're gonna talk about.
Are the goals of Valve to partner with external partners? Because you obviously have a Steam Deck available. Why do you need to work with other partners, I guess?
Right. Well, our goals are pretty straightforward. Like PC and PC gaming, but just PC in general, is all about, different hardware vendors bringing different kinds of devices to the table, right? And some of them might choose to prioritize different things. So Steam Deck, is our best attempt at providing a nice and streamlined, gaming experience there. But there's a lot of other different vendors providing different takes on what that is for them, right? And so we're interested in supporting all of those with SteamOS. Okay. So make our best effort in making sure that all those segments are working really well. Whether if you have like different controls, different battery life, different performance levels, we want to support all of that with SteamOS.
Okay. All right.
So we're providing SteamOS free of charge to anyone that wants to ship with it. Oh. And Lenovo is our first partner, and we're excited to bring SteamOS to this Go S to the market.
Okay.
So I think it's really important here, right? Like what he's saying is that with Valve and the Steam Deck, we are providing our best, what it is the best for us, right? But there is also like different vendor out there who want to bring something else, whether it's related to hardware, whether it's related to, and like what's the name, like gamepad or whatever. Like, there is over, like I would say, like product out there that are available, and the vision of Valve is to provide the operating system for any type of handheld if they want to for free. And this is awesome, dude, because it literally means they are willing to make, and share the experience of the SteamOS on different devices. And this, my friend, is really important because let's be honest, the biggest drawback of using one of these handheld with Windows is the fact that the interface of Windows just suck. Like it just sucks, chat. So there is advantages like playing anti-cheat game and all those stuff which are not supported on Linux yet. But you have to think about all the other issue you're gonna get by running Windows of those devices. And I'm telling you, from all the video I've seen, it seems that SteamOS is really what make the most I would say best experience for this type of device. And I think this is really nice, right? So from a Valve standpoint, it kind of shows that they don't want to limit their OS to their own handheld too, right? They want to push it everywhere. So having them saying that, it's great, right? They're still willing to do it for free.
So Lenovo is the first partner, but are you interested in working with other partners as well?
Definitely, yeah.
Nice.
This
Okay.
is, how it ended up working out. Like we found an interested party that had hardware that was a good fit in terms of timelines and compatibility with what we were working on.
Okay.
But we're definitely interested in working on more like that in the future.
Is there any worry that people will buy less Steam Decks and buy more of the partner devices?
That's a good
I
question.
don't think we see them as competitors necessarily. It's a lot of different complementary offerings. I think we're excited to see how it does in the market, and we're excited to see, going back from the feedback that we got initially when people were playing Steam on other handhelds and being like, okay, the experience is maybe not quite in terms of seamlessly getting in and out of game and being able to, suspend, resume your device and maybe not quite what they were looking for. We're excited to see how it is now that SteamOS is on there. And,
Man, okay, I start to really like Pierre-Loup. So I don't know Pierre-Loup personally, but it's a nice way and a really polite way to say that we bring more feature on the stable than the other device cannot do. And something I didn't mention to you guys, I've been playing with the Steam Deck a little bit, and something which is just insane with it is that if you are playing a game and you put it in sleep mode, whatever game, not online game, but normal game, which are not connected to internet, you stop it and you go back, let's say 1 hour after, it reboots and come out of sleep directly in the game where you just left the game. This is a feature which is just insane. You don't have that on Windows. Okay? The other part I think which here is really interesting is the fact that Valve doesn't see the spread of its operating system toward over hardware, as a threat. They are willing to play the game because obviously it's a win-win situation for them. They know that maybe the Steam Deck doesn't fulfill all the expectation for certain gamer. However, they can still spread their operating system and their Steam library indirectly to other platforms. And I think this is great, right? Because from a business standpoint, they are still winning there. Because my vision is when you are using SteamOS, obviously you're gonna be more. There is more appeal to buy a game on Steam because it makes the experience a little bit smoother than going through another launcher, right?
Kind of improve that experience.
This video is sponsored by Silverstone,
No.
the leader in PC case
We are doing the
manufacturing.
Silverstone stuff.
The latest Alta D1 is the pinnacle of modular and flexible workstation
So they will.
case design.
So how will they
Featuring
make
multiple
money if they
modules,
give the OS to other
high-grade steel
competitors?
construction,
Well, they will make money
and
by
substantial airflow. The Alta D1
selling
is ready
games,
to
dude.
take on the toughest hardware challenges. If the industrial look isn't your cup of tea, then give the beautiful SETA A2 a look. which
This feature
supports
was supposed to
complete
come
backside
to
connector
Windows 2 years ago. I'm still
Build
waiting.
Your next PC inside a
Yep.
Silverstone case.
Can you talk a little bit about what it was like working with Lenovo? I mean, is this something where it's like, oh, hey, you know what? Here's SteamOS. You guys go figure it out, or what's that relationship?
Oh, it's definitely more of a close collaboration, right? And I think it'll continue post-launch too, as we're coordinating on updates and things like that. There's a lot of things like firmware updates and making sure we have great support for their onboard controls. Be able to customize the lighting, the power.
Dude, this is so cool. Like, you have to think, this is so cool that now we arrive to a point where you can have a device like that working with like open source stuff. Like, think about it, chat. Don't you think this is insane? Like, to me, it's really cool. And the fact that now Valve is going to be like supporting all those devices, upgrade firmware, and for over like hardware, it's just crazy, chat.
Performance targets, all that stuff requires pretty close coordination. So far it's been going great.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, the configuration is definitely different in terms of, versus the Steam Deck. I mean, there's only one trackpad versus two, things like that. Like, how are you going to adapt SteamOS to kind of
that's
take all these controls into account?
It's part of the work we're doing, make the UI more responsive and follow the hardware capabilities. So there's already a couple differences that are here in the build that you saw. Things like, the screen is 120 hertz, it's VRR, so all that stuff it's reflected directly in the performance menu. You see it kicking in right away.
Man, this is so cool.
The different set of controls will be the same in the configuration dialog.
So
this is so cool that their blueprint, you have to think it this way, their blueprint can be adapted toward other device or toward other hardware. And I'm thinking the more hardware which gonna come there, the more like polyvalent SteamOS will be in the future. And I like the fact they are doing it slowly, right? They're not ramping up like crazy. They are taking the thing in their hand and make sure like the user experience is still the best. Because if you listen carefully to what Pierre-Loup say, it's all about, responsiveness and ability to use the hardware to the maximum. And I really like this approach, chat. Like, you can tell, like, he's really like user-centric versus anything else.
And the same sidebar that slides out, you'll still be able to manually configure all that kind of stuff, like refresh rate.
Quick access menu is all there. The chords are all there, so that's going to be on this button here.
Yeah, you see?
This button's going to get
the user experience.
The menu. So all this stuff is really the same experience that you can expect.
Is there any barriers though? Like hey, you know what? We're not going to support this weird feature like detachable controllers or something like that.
Well, none right now. I don't think we've identified anything like that. I think we should be able to support all the features that the hardware is intended to support from what we've seen. And conversely, all the stuff that comes in SteamOS, like desktop mode, being able to plug in any peripheral, loading in third-party software, all that stuff has been working great.
Okay, yeah, that was my other question.
Wow. So not only they are thinking about, like the GameScope approach, like the Steam big picture approach, they're also thinking about the experience on the desktop, dude. USB port, connectivity.
Is that, people love to modify their Steam Deck. I have a bunch of different mods on mine. So you're saying that whole experience still exists? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same OS build. They'll get OS updates at the same time. Okay. So don't really expect any differences when it comes to customization or the developer experience.
Okay, nice. What about other form factors? Things like set-top boxes is something. I don't know. Like, I would love to see a little set-top box that I can put under a TV.
Me too.
Okay. Dude, look at this smile. Look at this smile. Oh, I think we got something there. I think we got something, brother.
Running SteamOS.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, look at the smile. So this question was like, what about having a little box running SteamOS? This is the question. Like, what will be... So would it be cool to have a little box running SteamOS as a console? And look at this smile. Okay, I'm going to replay that. Dude. Like, did you see it, chat?
What about other form factors?
What about other form factor? Okay, Pierre-Loup is serious. And look at this.
Things like set-top boxes is something. I don't know. Like, I would love to see a little set-top box that I can put under a TV. And
me too.
Running SteamOS.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Me too. That'd be great. Okay, guys. Can we announce on this channel the release of a game console running SteamOS? I think that's going to be their next move, chat. Like, SteamOS is going to go there first because, again, they control the hardware. They are going to push this new controller. And to me, this is what it means, right? This is what it means. That will be awesome, chat. Would you like to have a SteamOS console under your big TV? which support VRR, which support HDR, which support most of your Steam games, and also games from other launcher. Think about it, dude. Little box confirmed. PS still working on the name.
I think, for us, it's kind of a progressive thing. Like first expanding to different handhelds, so we're kind of staying in the same form factor. But then maybe once that's more robust, and like going beyond that is definitely part of our goals. It's just unclear what the time frame is.
Okay, so here, guys, we have a big information. The long-term plan will be to have SteamOS on more platforms than the handheld, which means maybe a console, maybe PC. But there is issue on the midterm towards the timing. And again, I think honestly that this is related to hardware. That will be my 2 cents.
Okay, yeah, I mean, honestly, I could see gaming laptops. Somebody who just games on the laptop. Hey, if you just want to load SteamOS on there and just game, it's a good experience, right?
I mean, in truth, a lot of that work's already been happening behind the scenes, right? So if you look at the build of SteamOS that exists today compared to, say, last year, you're already going to have quite a bit better experience if you just load it on a PC with, for example, AMD graphics.
So you see, another good point. The difference in terms of experience compared to what it was 1 year ago to what it is now is totally different if you load the operating system on a laptop or a desktop if you have an AMD card. So I'm going to show it again to you guys. We're running SteamOS on a Steam Deck. So this is a real experience. And after searching some of the package there, I can see there is a lot of work behind the scene, which are obviously not loaded yet, but wouldn't be that hard to activate from a developer maintainer standpoint. So when I see that those drivers are already packaged in the repo, it kind of trigger me, chat. It kind of trigger me. So I'm thinking they are working on it behind the scenes. They don't want to talk about it because they don't have the end game ready, but it's there, dude. It's there. And it aligns with Pierre-Loup is actually saying, right?
We're still working on expanding hardware support and things like that.
Yeah.
But, if you load it on your PC right now, the experience today is going to be quite a bit better than it was last year. And it's just going to keep getting better as we do that work behind the scenes.
Okay, so you get the idea. They are still working on it, chat. They are still working on it. They just don't know about the timeline because they may have some roadblock. I'm thinking about Intel and NVIDIA. This is awesome, chat. Air Max, we kind of already have that with CachyOS and Basite. Yes and no. I do believe SteamOS still have a place as an operating system for your PC. I still believe it's not ready. But I don't think SteamOS will fulfill the same need as Basite or CachyOS. It's a little bit more subtle. So for you or me, which like to, tinker with the system, which are kind of know the base of Linux, it's fine. For a newcomer who just want to install something and do something on their PC, especially gaming, I would say there is serious difference between the three operating system. So the whole Stream Deck kernel stuff upstream to mainline. The whole Steam Deck kernel driver stuff upstream to mainline. That's a good question. I don't know. Dude. That's a really good question. I'm not following the kernel update. But I will hope so, right? I don't think they are doing their thing on their own and not sharing their finding. Because they are doing the same with Proton. So I don't see why the kernel driver stuff wouldn't be upstream to mainline. So I'm feeling like Chris didn't see the video before posting this, which is odd. I think some of the argument of Chris are still valid, but I think most of them are not. So, some of his arguments are valid. Like the hardware part, it's a fact. Right? And what Pierre-Loup is saying here is underlying the issue related to hardware. Now, the argument of Chris saying that it will never be as good as Windows, again, like me, I don't like to use the word never, because we don't know, right? What the future holds. But in the short term, he's right. Mid-term, I don't know, and long-term, I think he's wrong. But this is just my take.
Is this going to have to slow down validation time? Because now you're not just validating against the Steam Deck, you're going to have to validate against other devices.
Oh, that's a good question, dude.
I mean, I think that we should be able to test all that stuff pretty well, and we have a pretty good, a finely tuned system where we have a lot of beta channels. So first, OS updates go into the preview channel, then the beta before it gets into stable for all users, right? Okay. So there's a subset of users that always want the latest and greatest, and so it lets us catch issues early, right? Okay. So even if something, God forbid, slipped through our testing, we're still able to catch it before it gets to all users thanks to that program. Okay. And
so this is a good question, right? The more hardware you had, the greater is the complexity. And I do believe that what is happening right now, by scaling up slowly and progressively, they put themselves in a position where they're gonna get like feedback about how their whole like infrastructure and testing process, like reliability is, right? So you're gonna be really in a position where like, okay, you know what? Let's go slowly with the Steam Deck, then add over hardware, then maybe, whatever they are. It could be a console Steam Deck, right? As we said in chat, the L box. And then when we arrive at a level where it's really like fluid on their end, push it wider. And I do believe this is one of the reasons like they are taking like such a long time. And to be fair, I don't think it's that long, but I think from a user standpoint, which have no idea of how hard and complex it is, you might think it's long, but I don't think it's long. I think it's fair.
So I think it definitely means that we have to be a little bit more disciplined in terms of doing more testing ahead of time and things like that. But we've been there before. We've worked on supporting SteamOS with different hardware partners in the long ago, and this is just a little bit more of that. So we're pretty familiar.
And does that mean that SteamOS devices in the future you will be working with the companies directly, or is this something where it's like, hey, SteamOS, here it is, you can download it, put it on whatever device?
We have kind of a program called SteamOS Compatible, right? Which definitely involves working directly with the party that would be preloading SteamOS. If an end user, they're more on the DIY side, they want to load SteamOS on their device, we don't have to get involved. But if someone is preloading SteamOS and having the SteamOS compatible brand on their packaging and all that, it definitely means like we have a close working relationship, and we'll keep working together on updates and such.
Okay, so this is awesome, right? Because what he's saying there is like, we are letting people do whatever they want with the operating system if they want to. Okay? So he's letting the door open there. But he's also saying that when it comes to like compatibility, if we are engaged with a program with a specific like hardware producer or whatever you want to call them, those manufacturer or those company which are, focusing on delivering a unit compatible with SteamOS, well, we'll be doing it. This is also awesome, chat, because there is still the freedom of Linux there. Everything is open. So obviously they are not going to help you fix your printing issue on SteamOS, Linus. But like, I think this is pretty good.
Okay, awesome. I mean, I guess my last question is like, you know, with
But I like this guy too, because he's asking the question without asking them. You know, he's like, what about the SteamOS, and how are you going to support it outside of it, right? He's trying to get to the point where, like, are you going to release it, yes or no? So I'm wondering what will be his last question there.
supporting these new form factors and the working with the different companies, does this mean that like a Steam Deck 2 doesn't really need to come out? Or
Steam Deck 2?
Continuing to support your own hardware, is that still something
that's
you want to
definitely
do?
at the top of our list. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll be working on that. We're still working on that heavily in the background, and we have a ton of hardware efforts going on because we think it's really important for us to, like I was saying before, put our best foot forward there and show what we think the experience, is according to our goals, even though other people in the industry might have different goals, and we want to support that as well.
Okay, love.
Wow. Okay, so Steam Deck 2 is still there. Even if they are doing all this work on the side, they are still working on a Steam Deck, like, new Steam Deck product. This is awesome, chat. Guys, are we still here? 1212? Yeah, I think we are. But, like, this is awesome. So they are still working on the Steam Deck 2. Bro!
Well, thank you for taking the time to chat with us. If you have any questions, please put them down in the comments. Maybe we can I can get them forward over to you guys over at Valve. And
for sure.
Yeah, no, thank you for the work with this, and we'll catch you in the next video.
Nice! So Steam Deck 2 announced. Maybe a console. Okay? Announced. We knew we're gonna have a Steam Deck 2, but it has been like confirmed. Let's reword it. So Steam Deck 2 confirmed. Maybe a console. I seen the smile on Pierre Lou, like I've seen it, dude. And on the midterm, long term, SteamOS. It's going to happen, chat. It's going to happen. Let's watch the comment. Valve strategy: support partner device, make the Stream Deck 2, never make the first Stream Deck. Are we talking about Half-Life? We need more Linux. As someone that runs Basite on his Legion Go, this will be awesome. 2025, the year of the SteamOS. Can we get the full-blown SteamOS release, please? Ask NVIDIA to open source their driver. Hey. Yeah. Okay, let's do the conclusion of this video. Guys, thank you very much for watching, and as always, let's see. Oh, Air Max, what's happening to you? Okay, let's do another one. Another take. Guys, thank you very much for watching, and see you in the next one. Bisous. Okay, this one is in the box, chat. This one is in the box. Man, you have no idea how many takes sometimes I have to do when making a video. It sucks. Like, making video is not easy, chat. It is not easy at all. Just try to do one and look at it after. You will see how it feels. You will really see how it feels, chat. And now, take it a level higher and do it in your third language. See how it feels, dude. Harder than a 9 to 5? No, nothing is harder than a 9 to 5, brother. Nothing is harder than a 9 to 5. Okay.
The highlight of the NVIDIA
Now,
keynote...
do we finish? My third language? Yeah, it's my third language, dude. I learned French, then German, and then English. So yeah, it's my third. I speak a little bit of Italian. I understand Italian, actually. I speak a little bit, but I'm not good. And I don't count the dead language I had to learn at school, like Latin. This one, they don't count. But it will be my third or fourth, depending on how you want to count, how many languages I had to learn. Easier than cutting your own hair, I bet. Bro, I hate you, dude. Listen, dude. Listen. My man. My man. It was actually cheaper to cut my own hair, okay? Alright, chat. Are you ready to watch another Linus? Do I need to do an intro? Man, I don't even know if I want to react to that, chat. What time is it? 2 p.m. I start to be hungry. Well, I guess we have to, chat. Let's do it. I'm gonna push a lot of videos, see how it goes, okay? Salut everyone! In this video, we're gonna be talking about the latest release from NVIDIA, the NVIDIA 50 RTX series. And as you know it, I run a RTX 4090 on Linux, and I would like to give my take about the CES announcement there. And there is this video from Linus, who is actually the first one, apparently, to play with the RTX 5090. So let's get into it.
The highlight of the NVIDIA keynote for me was when CEO Jensen Huang quipped that if you bought an RTX 4090, that was probably the best investment you could make. I mean, just consider all the entertainment happiness that it could give you. But
man, I'm gonna tell you guys, I don't know what is gonna stay after that, but my 4090, in my opinion, is one of the best investments I ever made. So, yeah, let me argue a little bit. I can render a full video in DaVinci Resolve in less than 3 minutes. 20-minute 4K video in less than 3 minutes. This is how much time it takes to render my video on Linux in DaVinci Resolve with a 4090. I can play with AI, and also I can, run my game with a really high frame rate. So yeah, I believe it was a pretty good investment, and especially because I pay it as MSRP too. Like for the scalper, yeah, never buy from scalper ever.
one small thing, Mr. Huang. When NVIDIA launched the RTX 4090,
yes,
your stock price was about $11.50. So if someone had bought that instead of a 4090 as their investment, well, hey, good news, because they should be able to comfortably afford a 5090 or 10.
Yeah, that's true, dude. That's true. Actually, really interesting take, dude. That is a really interesting take. I like to think my time has a really big worth of value, but yeah. Maybe this is what you need to do, guys, with the 5090. Just buy some NVIDIA share and see how it goes. We'll talk about that in 3 years.
As for everybody else, well, unfortunately, NVIDIA doesn't take happiness, so you're going to be trading a truly princely sum for the privilege of experiencing their latest and greatest. But a Affordability aside, this was a heck of an event. NVIDIA kicked it off with the most beautiful real-time rendered demo that I have ever seen, and then followed it up with a slew of new RTX Blackwell 50 series GPUs with brand new technologies like DLSS 4.0, DLSS
Yes.
Transformer, Neural Faces, and some of the GPUs even have prices that, taken at face value, might actually be kind of exciting.
Yeah.
Jensen claimed on stage that the 5070 will offer 4090 levels of performance at $549.
Okay, so this we need to talk about. I don't know if he's going to talk about it in the video, but I'm going to say it straight. It's not happening. I don't think it's possible without any like layer of software on top of it, and without like, you know, the frame gen, DLSS 4, whatever. But we will see for the benchmark. I believe it's not going to happen, right? Looking at the hardware itself, and there is a lot of video out there on YouTube which are talking about that, it's just not possible. Let's see what they have to say.
Then immediately followed that up with a huge red flag saying that this feat would be impossible without AI.
Exactly.
So I was all like, sick, woo! And then I was all like...
So to be fair, if like, because this is really important, if the 5070 was at the level of performance of a 4090 for this price, I will be super happy, right? I will be super happy for everybody to be able to enjoy like the 4090 for like this price point. But I just don't think it's going to happen. Looking at the hardware again, like this is not possible. Linus, I will believe it when I see it. Yeah, exactly.
I'll believe it when I see it. Well,
yeah.
No sooner did I say that than some burly guys in green showed up and said, all right, you cynical tech-tipping son of a bitch, we're going to show it to you right now.
Wow!
You got to do the thing.
Let's go!
The thing, I said? Yeah, the thing. Oh, right, the thing. The segue to our sponsor.
Oh no, he got us
Wicked
again,
Cushions.
dude.
Give your headset a new lease on
He
life
got us
with
again,
Wicked
dude.
Cushions replacement ear pads. They offer impeccable comfort and more than a dozen awesome looks. Get your own Wicked Cushions using our link in the video description today.
Okay, so we're gonna see if it's possible or not, right, chat? This is a real thing, like, he actually tried it. Look at this. One kidney, please. Okay, bro. To pay for the
We'll get to
5090.
some of the AI and data center stuff from the keynote, but first, I want to talk GeForce. And right now, we are behind the scenes
Wow.
getting the first ever hands-on with the RTX 5090. Well, we aren't yet. Now we are.
Boy. Man, this guy. Look at him, dude. This guy. Okay, listen to me, chat. Listen to me. You're gonna think I'm a big NVIDIA fan, or I'm a big, like, you know, NVIDIA fanboy or whatever. But I have to say, like, this NVIDIA FE, as they call it, is one of the best to date, right? I like the way they put, like, the 16 pin on the side like that. I like the fact it's a 2 slot and not a 3.5 slot like the monster I have here. Like, I love my 4090. Again, like, I'm working on it every day. But when I look at this one, I'm like, dude, they did insane. They actually did insane. 2 slot card. I believe it's a 2 slot card, right, chat? It looks so small. I'm really looking toward, like, the experience is gonna get out of it. Can I still return my 4090? I paid $1,800 for an open box last month. Bro. I don't know, dude. I want to tell you the truth. If it's $1,800 US and you bought it last month, I would say, like, bro, like, this is a tough call. This is a really tough call. That's a really tough call, dude. I feel bad for you. Now, you know, if you are willing to put the 200 more and you can, you know, grab one of those MSRP, I will bring it back. I don't want to make you feel bad, but that's how I feel about it. I want to be honest with you. actual 2-slot card since like 1000 series. So my 3090, you're right, was not a 2-slot card, and I didn't own a 20,000 series, so I don't know. My 1080 Ti was definitively and still is a 2-slot card. I love this card. So let's see what it's all about, chat.
They didn't tell me I could touch it, but they can't stop me. They're way over there. Before we go deeper, there are a couple of things that stood out immediately from their sizzle video for this thing. I mean, yeah, there's the incredibly compact PCB with the state-of-the-art power delivery that enables a sick
I like the vision there.
dual slot cooler with pass.
Dude, look at this. Dual slot cooler. Can you believe it? So you know why I like that very much? I'm going to tell it to you guys. The way I see those video cards is like when you buy them, then you put them on your server and you use it for a second, third round. I still have my 3090, I still have my 1080 Ti. There is a lot you can do with those cards. So I see it more as an investment. So obviously, like it won't be as good as investing in NVIDIA, or at least like it was like 2 years ago, but you can use them for years. And man, like the fact it's a 2-slot factor means that I could put it in my Threadripper rig and maybe like stack up like 3 of them without any issue. And it's a problem with the 3090 I have right now. It's taking so much slot that I can't take advantage of the Threadripper architecture because some of the slots are behind the card. It sucks, man.
Through for both of the fans. That's right, both of these fans are blowing right through the cart. But this, wow, thank you. No more need for fire-prone right-angle adapters to clean up your cable management.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying, huh?
Okay, Linus, it has a nice cable, but what about the specs? Oh, I've got specs. Let me put it this way. If you have a 4090 right now, the 5090 is the GPU that she tells you not to worry about. In raw numbers, here's what that looks like.
So
this is going to be one heck of an upgrade. I can't wait to see it in action.
So here is my take. If you look at the hardware, I think it's going to be between like 20 and 25% more than a 4090 in pure rasterization. So grab my word, chat. 20 to 25, not more. 30 max. That will be my guess. I'm not sure if it's wise to buy a 50 series card at start. It's not. It's always a good idea to wait a couple of months for any potential issue to be found and iron out. Man, when I see the price and when I see the direction of everything, I'm not sure about this one. I think like buying one right now, even if it has issue, will be a good move. But maybe I'm wrong. If you can get a MSRP price right now, it will still be more than waiting 2 months and paying like 200, 300, 400 more. If you are into this market, right? Like, don't get me wrong. If you're not into this market, like, just pass. Okay, but it's just my 2 cents.
So why am I waiting? Let's do it. Here, relegated to the floor like a common chicken, is the previous king, the RTX 4090. Why don't we start there? NVIDIA can't let me show you guys much prior to the performance embargo in a couple of weeks. We get one game, and only one game, and
only one game,
we can't change the settings. But I can't think of anything I'd want to change here. Absolutely everything is cranked. And to their credit, they did load up frame view, so I won't be purely relying on feel to evaluate.
Wait. Let's see.
And we can't change the settings, but...
So, Windows borderless, 4K, HDR10 PQ, so HD, okay. No frame limit, this is frame maximum FPS, okay.
I can't think of anything I'd want to change.
Okay, custom. So DLSS. So this is a new feature, chat. Convolutional neural network. Set to performance. Okay, so it's not quality, it's performance, chat. Okay? With DLSS frame generation, and this is DLSS ray reconstruction here.
Here, absolutely
Path tracing on, but not the photo mode. Okay.
everything
And this is high. Do we have ultra? I don't remember. Oh, there is a lot of option off, huh, chat?
is
There is a lot of option off. I'm just saying, dude. I don't want to be this guy, but
cranked. And to
okay.
their credit, they did load up frame view, so I won't be purely relying on feel to evaluate the difference.
Let's see how it goes.
So, let's play on the 4090. Yep, that's a pretty powerful GPU still. And it's even more
Whoa.
powerful than you probably realize.
So, can you have, man, can you have the neural like option on the 4090? Did he leak something there? Did he leak some? I never seen this option. Am I crazy, chat? Did he leak something?
Change here, absolutely.
Convolutional neural network. I'm doing my challenge. I can't run the 4090 right now. But like, do you have this? I never seen it in the option, even in Windows. Can someone confirm in chat? Oh, it's a new version. That's a new version of CP 2077. But I thought the 4090 will not be able to run this. Okay, so let's see what he said. Sorry, chat.
Before we move over to the 5090, this build of Cyberpunk has some new goodness baked into it, including NVIDIA's new transformer model and DLSS 4 frame gen. So the results we're getting, even on the 4090 here, are not going to be comparable to your system at home. This guy is performing a little better thanks to some of these changes. It's nice that it's getting the extra help because...
Man, that's crazy. So we still work on the 4090. It's for the clarity of the frame, but it's not giving you the free extra frame. Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you, Vixie.
This is not close. Even without looking at the numbers, which are double, this is wickedly smooth. I still remember, I think it was on a short circuit or something, we were looking at a system from, I want to say Main Gear. It was my first time playing Cyberpunk on the 4090 because I hosted the review and everything, but I never actually got to game on it. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot faster.
So guys, like for the one who, you know, who are not into like those big graphic card, if you have the chance, one day to do that, like you really need to try one of those. Give me 1 second, chat. I will be right back. Something is happening. Wait. Be right back. Okay, so about that, chat. So I'm saying, like, for the one who never had the opportunity, like, to, do you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I think we're fine. To try one of those cards, it's actually insane. Like the gap is crazy. Even if you move from a 3090 to a 4090, when you look at the screen for the first time, you are like, whoa. Like it's a lot, chat. It's a lot, dude.
And it's like, where are the polygons, you know? Where have my polys gone? Sure, the thing is priced at $2,000 US, a 25% increase, and is rated at 575 watts, but for the first time in what feels like forever, at least we're getting more for the money. Like, this feels like a truly Halo tier product. The 512-bit memory bus, 5,000 more CUDA cores, and noticeably better performance. Like, I can't believe that this is Cyberpunk running at 4K with ray tracing. I can't believe it because it isn't. FrameGen and AI-assisted ray tracing are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Jensen gave us a bit of insight into this, telling us that out of the about 33 million pixels in his demo, only 2 million of them were calculated, with the rest extrapolated using AI. But, okay, I mean, it doesn't matter as long as it looks good, right? So how good does it look? Well, I'm supposed to be just showing this off. What I've actually been doing is looking around for a couple of interesting examples of how DLSS 4 doesn't handle everything perfectly.
Yeah, sure.
See the way this text kind of jitters and blurs if I move around? It's not as clear as the rest of the frame. It's okay if I do it. It's okay if I strafe. And I've noticed some instances of particularly bright or high contrast objects having little ghosts on them. With that said, I know what I'm looking for. Other reviewers are going to know what they're looking for. If I were to put one of my siblings in front of this, looks pretty good. And NVIDIA was...
So, listen, you know what kind of like trigger me when you have FrameGen, at least on my card, is when you have any type of aim in the middle. You know the circle for aiming, and he's not using it right now. You see, but it will be blurry like that. You see this? It will kind of like be all over the place. So that will be like the first sign I would look at. And the second one will be, as you said, Kelia, it's the input lag. FrameGen, at least for my card, put a certain amount of input lag, which is bearable if you play solo game. It's okay. Especially if you use, for example, like a controller or something like that, it's fine. But if you play competitive game, there is no way. Like, it's just impossible. It's disgusting.
Point out that this is both running at lower latency and with fewer artifacts than DLSS 3.5. Enough about the 5090 that, let's face it, most people aren't going to buy. Let's talk about the rest of the family.
So NVIDIA Warp will remove the input lag. Yeah, I've heard about that, Cosmic Savant.
The RTX 5070 comparison to the 4090 should be taken with a grain of salt. I mean, obviously, that's going to be with DLSS version 4. Obviously, that's going to be using the new MFG or multi-frame generation.
So, yeah. You have to think, like, this is a comparison also with the 4070, not for the 4070 Super or anything. That's the previous generation. And if you look at this, like, in pure RT, and rasterization, you have what? Like what? This is 50, you're at 25 here.
At 4x, that feature is limited to 50 series cards and is powered by AI. And obviously, the situation might change depending on the resolution you're running. I mean, 4K needs a fair bit of VRAM. So can a few hundred more CUDA cores net such a wild performance boost? Especially with so much less VRAM? It's a bold claim, but...
yeah, man. If you look at the lineup there, it kind of sucks, Chad. Especially for this section here, right? Like 16 gigabytes is fair, but is it gonna be enough? I don't know, dude. I don't know, chat. Like, they undercut everything except this one. Like, the flagship is always at the top, but then the price difference, like, you go double in terms of price. Are you gonna get double the performance? So this is this weird approach where if you're going to go all in on one of these cards, you're going to be, yes, it might be smarter to get the TI rather than go solo, and it may be smarter to get the 1590 rather than to put your money in the 580. It is so hard, dude. Right? Like, you are in this weird spot there. I know the 4080 like didn't make sense at the time about my card, Because yes, it was cheaper, but you will lose like so much. It wasn't worth it at the time. 16 gigabytes is not going to be enough for 4K. I can almost max out my 4090 with texture for mod for Skyrim. Yeah, exactly. Give them the room to add a TI and a super card from the future. Yeah, also, there is that too. That's a good point, Lumkey. I also think they are in a weird position when it comes to VRAM and pricing concerning, like, you know, like the AI farm, like the homemade AI farm. They want to undercut them, right? So this is gonna be a tough one too, dude. Like, what a zoo out there, chat. What a crazy, like, what a jungle out there, chat. Like, you go out, you get eaten. You know what I mean? Like, you're in this position where all those queues are gonna get drained by the gamer, by the content creator, by the people who want to do AI, by I don't see it. I don't see it going well, chat. I don't want to be this guy. But like, looking at what's happening with the current generation and even the previous generation, like, people are fighting to get 3090 for their home lab. Like, they're fighting. I was looking to get a second 3090 for my home lab at a certain point, and I was like, bro, like, those are so expensive. Even like what, like almost 5 years after. You are 5 years in for a 3090, and those are still selling like $800, $600, $700. Like, what the heck, bro? Like, come on. It's crazy, dude. The gap is 50%. I'm pretty sure we are missing a card in there. Yeah, I'm aligned with you guys. I'm aligned with you. Like, they're preparing like the next release in 1 year and a half.
With this mix of next-gen CUDA, Tensor, and RT cores, along with GDDR7, it could very well achieve it, at least in some titles. And if it looks anywhere near as good
Man, I would have loved to see the temperature of the card here. It didn't show up, right? I would have loved to see that.
This does, while costing less than half of what the 4090 did at launch. Well, I certainly wish that it had 16 gigs of RAM, but even without it, they are going to sell a lot of these.
Man, you know what it makes me think too? It makes me think about the position of AMG that didn't even show up to the CES for those cards, you know, like for their 9070. I think they got access to the press release somehow, and they were like, well, we can't present that. Because when you show up a 5070 with the performance of a 4090, even if it's not true, even if it's frame gen, it will be really hard for them to go on the scene and present their product. Like, the claim is so ballsy, like it's so high that it just destructs the competition, chat. It is just insane, dude. It is just insane. Think if AMG is coming with a card that is around 5080, they will release a 5080 Super lower price and dominate the market. Listen, AMG cards, they are supposed to be at the level of a 4070 Ti right now. It's not happening. I think AMG, they did the right choice, like getting out of the high-end market because they can't compete anyways. But now they are in a weird position where, and when I say, oh wait, let me rephrase. When I say they can't compete because, not because their product is really good. Like, I think the 7900 XTX from a rasterization standpoint is there. Like, the product is there, but they can't compete in terms of sales. They were not able to market them, right? Like, just to be clear, when I'm talking about competition, I'm just talking about the hardware level and the potential. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the market sale. They were not able to, you know, be there. And, you know, could be a lot of reasons don't want to go there. So now what they have done is like, we're just going in the mid-range. But the issue is that by just going in the mid-range right now, they're going to get destroyed because their card doesn't have the claim to be as good as a 4090, because this is what they have done at NVIDIA. They were like, oh, you know what? Our like low end, the 5070, is actually as powerful as the high end of last year. And the positioning of AMD is not there. So now they're in this weird position. They're like, whoa, where are we at? Because if we release, let's say, the 9070 at like 500 or even 450, and you are not at the level of a 4090, you are like at a level of a 3070, this is tough, right, to market? So I think this is the reason why they pull out. AMD are probably reviewing their pricing right now. Exactly, that's what I believe. The problem with pulling out of the high-end market is that they have no Halo product to sell in the mid-range. People buy a 4070 because the 4090 exists, and it's so impressive in review. AMD lost this. Furthermore, they lose brain share. Generally, people will continue to stick with NVIDIA. So I think the Halo product is not important. I don't agree with that, because you have the example of Intel. Intel, they're still gaining market share, and I'm pretty sure their B580 is selling like hot pancake right now. And I don't think you need the Halo GPU. Like, again, it's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I think the issue is more related to the fact that they were not able to double down on 17900 XT. Like this generation, they didn't do as well as the previous one. And so now they're paying the price of it, right? They are like, they are on a, you know, like they are falling down right now, unfortunately. They are on a slope. You know what I mean? Okay, Xero, I won't be reading that. Just like the 3060 was supposed to match the 2080 Ti and never did. Yeah, also there is a lot of marketing, but still. NVIDIA is winning on this, unfortunately. If there were a much bigger price gap, more people would like to be and try AMD. I agree. Maybe it was their pricing approach which was not right. Because they always start with a really high price and then they, you know, pull it down. Maybe they should go like low right away and stick there. I don't know. I don't have the data to back up, you know, whether it was a good idea or not. But I believe like on their hand, they have it. But it's just like in terms of execution, like NVIDIA is really smart with their tech, right? They don't even talk about the 5090 so much. If you look at the presentation at CES, they are just targeting like the mid-range, or at least like their mid-range, the 5070, saying like, hey, look what we are at. With 450 or 499, you have the equivalent of performance of something which is selling on paper at 1600, but in reality like more 2000. Bam! End of the game. That's the issue, right? And when you come after that or before that with your presentation, whether you're AMD or Intel, you're like, nobody is talking about GPU anymore. It's too complicated, right? AMD has been checkmate by NVIDIA. It's sad. I agree with it. Like, I'm not using AMD, and sometimes, you know, we have those little battle with AMD, NVIDIA, whatever. But I think it's bad. It's bad for us, NVIDIA user. It's bad for AMD user too, because now you don't have a Halo flagship anymore. So, you know, if you want those type of FPS, well, you have to buy a 7900 XTX, I guess, while they are still there, but you're out. It really sucks, dude. Like, I want to tell you, like, that's how I feel. It's just a lose-lose for everyone, except for NVIDIA.
Not to me, you might say. I want 16 gigs of VRAM. Well, then you are going to need to take another step up to the 5070 Ti or another step to the RTX 5080. And about these. If prices had stayed the same, I'd probably be pretty pissed off right now. But the 270 class cards they showed today are $50 less than last gen. And I don't know if that's because of competition, but hey, progress. And it actually gets better. The RTX 5080, with all the other bells and whistles that we've mentioned so far.
Bro, but the 480, like, correct me if I'm wrong, how many gigabytes of RAM you have on a 480? Don't you have more RAM than that? Oh no, 16. I thought it was 20. Okay, I didn't know that, dude. I didn't know. I thought it was more. My bad. You see, my memory is playing with me.
And sporting an additional 1,000 CUDA cores compared to its predecessor is set at just $999. I say just. I know $1,000 is still
It's
really
crazy,
expensive,
chat.
but that is
This is so expensive, dude. Like, if you buy it just for gaming, that's a tough call, boys. That's a really tough call. If you do something else with it, but you're gonna be limited by the RAM, but why not? But like, I think it's a really tough call. Like me, if I was just a gamer, I would go with the 470 Ti or Super, whatever you want to call it, and the 470, like the 570 Ti. Like the 480 for me, it's just too hard, dude.
$200 from the RTX 4080, or about 16%.
Yeah, it was too much
It's got
at the time.
next-gen everything, 1,000 more CUDA cores, more than double the AI tops, and more memory bandwidth, meaning it should deliver legitimately flagship-class performance at that price, even if there does exist an even higher-end card for the mega ballers out there.
You see, because yeah, I think they are going back to the Titan type of approach, right? Where they had like the gamer one and then the pro one type of approach, but they didn't change the naming. I think the issue right now is that those cards, the 4080, they in my opinion, they are not worth the extra. It's just my 2 cents. I have a question. Does NVIDIA support HDMI 2.1? Yes. With the Series 5. With the Series 4, like the 4090, for example, it's compressed. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Right alongside their new desktop GPUs,
I think they call that
announced
DCSC,
50
something
series
like
for
that.
laptops as well. They start as low as $1299 with the RTX 5070.
Yeah, so the
and they
laptop,
are
I'm not
claiming
interested.
4090 performance. But wait, there's more. Jensen brought a wafer prop onto the stage to illustrate the incredible
So this is
technology that's
insane.
built into their NV72 AI
Cosmos,
racks.
no.
He described it as equal
No.
to 20 cars.
Oh, it
Not
doesn't
100%
talk.
sure if he meant in terms of
Bro,
complexity,
it doesn't
but
talk about the digit. The digit, is my opinion, is the best. So guys, just to close the video, so because I think like this, like Cosmos, robotic partnership and this stuff, I think it's not important. But to conclude the video, I want to talk about so what's the name of this website? Man, I start to be tired, but I think we still need to talk about it. What is the application I use for drawing on my screen? I don't even remember. XK Lidro, I think it is. There we go. My bad. So, oh, sorry about that, chat. Dark, please. Yeah. So let's talk about that, dude. I can already see the price of the 5080 in Europe getting crazy because of tax, especially in France. Oh yeah, yeah. And we are not even talking about the French market. I think, yeah, in terms of pricing, this really sucks, guys. I want to be honest. I don't see it coming down. I think all this hardware is going to have to be taken with a grain of salt, right? Like if you start to buy and put money into that, you need to think about what you're going to do as a second life. for those cards. At least this is my approach, right? Like me, I'm working with it all the time, so it kind of makes sense to put money into that. But like if you don't work with it and you're like, okay, so when the 60 series, 70 series goes out, like what can I do with this hardware? And I'm telling you, if you don't have a lot of VRAM, like the second life of this hardware is going to be limited, right? I think VRAM is, in my opinion, what is important those days, especially if you want to turn it into AI or anything else. Because the resolution are going to be higher too, right? So, you know, yeah, you have your 16 gigabyte of RAM, you pay like $1,000, hello? And now like it's 5 years or 4 years down the drain, everybody is rocking 4K, 6K, 8K or whatever. Like what are you going to do? You know, this is where it's like scary. My opinion. The 5090 needs a 1000 PSU as well. Yeah, that's a good point. Like me, I'm rocking 1600, so I should be fine, I hope. But yes, that's a lot of money, dude. US market going to be craft pretty soon too. Crazy? Oh yeah, I agree. Like it's gonna be insane, dude. Like when they're gonna release it, everybody is gonna try to get their hand on. And I don't know if you have seen the AYB card. Like some of them, they look huge. They look really big. If you have the money for a 5090, you have the money for a PSU. Otherwise, you should not be looking at spending 2K on a GPU. Yeah, I agree with that too. So, guys, let's talk about that, chat. Let's talk about that. So, the release of RTX 5000 series NVIDIA, what does it mean for us Linux user? And this is where I'm going to be maybe a little bit sad, chat. Like, what does it mean for us? Man. So, on paper, we know that the driver, they are ready, okay? They are ready for the 5000 series, okay? I don't know if you know that, but they are ready for sure. Like, if you look at all the release of the driver, it has been like patched maybe like 5 or 6 months ago, they have been patched. Okay, so on paper, I do believe, and this is my take, that if you buy a 50 series, it should work. Okay, out of the box on Linux, okay, with the latest driver, obviously. Okay, like you have to go with the latest driver. So this should be okay. But the issue, I'm going to tell you what's the issue. They have like a lot of new tech, right? So they have this DLSS 4. This does not, like it depends on the driver, but it depends also of the way Wine and Proton are going to implement it. Okay, so you're going to be depending on this first. Wine and Proton. And the second one is going to be the Reflex 2. Which is going to be depending again of Wine and Proton. So if you look at the timeline, right? The timeline for the release of those features, right? So I would say like feature on Linux. Right now, I think we got like DLSS frame gen, like what? Like 4 months ago, 5 months ago? So what it is, 3.5? Like we got it like 5 months ago. Top. So how much did it take? How much did it take everybody to get there? DLSS FrameGen was released with the 4090, right? So yes, 2 years. It took like 1 year and a half. 1 year and a half. 1 year and a half, chat, to get the feature. So you know where I'm going, chat? Guys, you know what I'm saying? It means that if you want the feature, like if you buy this card for the future, it's gonna be like at least 1 year down the pipe. Can I say that? So 2026 Q1, you get the feature. Maybe, guys, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm really wrong. But this is the reality of what it is. Okay, and it's not a driver issue because the drivers, they already have it. It's how it's going to be implemented through the translation layer. Okay, this is the issue. So what are you going to get if you get a 5090 tomorrow versus a 4090 today? So this is my guess, but you're going to get between 20, so plus 20, and allez, I'm being nice, plus allez, 35% in perf. I'm being nice. I'm thinking more like 30. Allez. And I will call that like raw performance, which is more like rasterization, right? Because all the claim, they come from, the feature. So this is a question that every owner of a graphic card right now using Linux has to think about. So DLSS 4 will be a year plus down the line. Okay. I mean, there are still $1 trillion companies that can make Linux driver. I mean, we keep on trucking. We keep on trucking. I'm just looking forward the 30 series card decreasing price so I can get one for my HTPC. Yeah, why not? I see Christy Tech on the horizon having a party. Oh, because of that? Because of the driver? NVIDIA driver has never had feature parity with Windows driver, day and date. Not since DLSS becoming a thing. Yes, but we will see how they react. So this is the thing, Cosmic Savant. I've been following like the pull request for the integration of NVIDIA Reflex. And if you look at it, you will notice that at the time, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, that the thing was there, but it took some time for everybody like to get into it, right? Like it's not, and I'm not blaming anyone, right? It's just part of the process on Linux. So my point is more like the driver, they have it now, because let me rephrase. I don't believe that NVIDIA is reworking the whole driver just for Linux. I think they just take the driver as they are from Windows and they modify it a little bit, or they adapt it. Let's word it this way. They adapt it to Linux. But whether, like, everything is already there. Now, do we have the right tools and the right call within Proton, within Wine to take advantage of this driver? Like, I think this is where the whole, I wouldn't say issue, but the whole challenge is, right? So we'll see, chat. Jen says, then everyone with a 4090 had a 10,000 gaming command center. I don't know about that, bro. 10,000. That's a lot, but maybe everybody has one. I don't know. But yeah, this is where we are at. So this is the real question for the Linux gamer out there. I think if you jump into the hype train there, like, at least if you want to enjoy the new feature of the 5090, you're gonna have to do one thing called dual boot. And I would say, like, if you're optimistic, I would say like 3 months. I don't think it's gonna happen. To 1 year and a half. To take advantage of your hardware. And that, my friend, is the actual situation for the launch of the NVIDIA card in January, end of January 2025 when it comes to Linux. Yeah, that's rough. So, if you want to watch more of those videos, don't forget to subscribe, give a thumbs up, and also leave a little comment below. And I know you're gonna have a lot of like AMG lovers gonna be like, yeah, NVIDIA sucks. I'm welcoming those messages too. Like, I think it's fair shot. But until then, I wish you to have a good day. Thank you very much for watching, and see you in the next one. Bisous, bisous. Okay. This is it, chat. I think we have a lot of content to edit. That's true. He did say that at the keynote. Show how detached the guy is. Yeah. But honestly, like, if you add up all the parts, you wouldn't reach 10K, but you wouldn't be far. Right? So is the 570 going to be a 4090 Linux? No. Okay, yeah, listen to it. 5070. Let's write that. Different for 4090. Okay? 5070. So this is 24 gigabytes of RAM, VRAM. So just for that, this one is like dead in water compared to a 4090. Like, this is the main argument with it. And you can add, better DLSS feature. You can have like whatever. And I'm not even talking about all the rest, right? This is marketing. Okay? This is marketing. Even on Windows, it's not going to happen. 5070 is not 4090. I wish it was. Right? Because I could sell my 4090 and buy like 3 5070 with it on paper. Or maybe 2. But this is what it is, right, chat? It's Narco. Thanks for watching, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day, okay, dude? So, this is where we are at, boys. I don't know where I was reading at. Like, someone was saying, like, hey, dude, if you have a 5070, what was the command? Something like, yeah, give me more cash. And like, I don't know what was the thing. Like it's not happening, chat. And I'm not saying that because I own one. I'm saying that because this is like just a marketing claim. I don't even think the 5070 is ready for 4K, except if it's not a DLSS title. Yeah, exactly. The DLSS 4 is a 3-time uplift that says that it can really do and where it's at. Yeah. And you have to think about all the other application you can use, because even if it's work the same with DLSS 4, why not? What about the non-DLSS game? Right? Like, what do we do with those games? It's not a 4090 there, right? And the other thing is, you know, like workstation work. Like, can you do something? How much it is? Like 12? How much RAM do we have in the 5070? I always forget, chat. I always forget. Here it's here. 12. Just like 12 gigabyte for work? Like what do you do with that? Hey, I checked my local hardware pusher. They have 30 different 5090 listed to go on sale on the 30th. Wow, Cosmic. Insane. Yeah, that's the problem I was talking about. What if the card doesn't have DLSS? Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, you know, you're in this weird... Like, this is not a 4090, guys. Right? It is not. It's like... Is the 4070 a 3090? No, it's not, dude. Like this, or even like this is still like king in a lot of application, chat. Yeah, AI, or I don't know, like let's say Blender, or you know, editing video in DaVinci Resolve or whatever application, like Adobe, like whatever. And the same for, that's a good point, like 4K, right? What about 4K? Like, it's not the same product. I think it's more like a marketing claim, which is kind of fair because they want to sell their, you know, their hardware. But, you know, it's not happening. Maybe the 12 gigabytes are generated. Yeah. That sucks that my dollars are not like generated, dude. You know what I mean? It sucks that it doesn't work this way, chat. Just sucks. Anyhow, guys, we have been live for 5 hours and a half. We have a lot. I think I have a lot of work to do, chat. I have a lot of work to do, chat. I have to fix my lawnmower, apparently. Yeah, can't believe you said that to me. I'm gonna try to edit one of those videos on the Steam Deck. I think it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna try to do once. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go back to the 4090, see how it goes. But we are out. Guys, thank you very much for watching. You are the best, as always. We had a lot of support during this stream. We had some gifted sub and membership. We have some Prime membership on Twitch. We got some super chat coming left and right. So guys, thank you very much for watching. We will be back on Friday, and Friday, spoiler alert, we're gonna be testing Nobara. Okay? We're gonna be testing Nobara. See ya, friend, Friday Papa, Neckbird. Thanks again for watching. And as always, bisous, bisous. Take care, guys. Have a great rest of your day. We'll be back on Friday, Nobara 41. Thanks a lot. Let's go, Papa!